Part 1, Author's Foreword. I fear the seemingly incredible story which I am about to relate will be regarded as the result of a distorted intellect, superinduced possibly by the glamour of unveiling a marvelous mystery, rather than a truthful record of the unparalleled experiences related by one Olaf Jansen, whose eloquent madness so appealed to my imagination that all thought of an analytical criticism has been effectually dispelled. It is apparent in the first paragraph of the foreword that we have a gifted writer telling the story on behalf of Olaf Jansen. This author writes prose using alliteration like marvelous mystery. And as I read this tale, written by what I call a gifted writer, you will see many examples of good writing style. I have done a lot of reading, and this author is better than average. Marco Polo will doubtless shift uneasily in his grave at the strange story I am called upon to chronicle. A story as strange as a Munchausen tale. It is also incongruous that I, a disbeliever, should be the one to edit the story of Olaf Jansen, whose name is now for the first time given to the world, yet who must hereafter rank as one of the notables of earth. I freely confess his statements admit no rational analysis, but have to do with the profound mystery concerning the frozen north that for centuries has claimed the attention of scientists and laymen alike. However much they are at variance with the cosmographical manuscripts of the past, these plain statements may be relied upon as a record of the things Olaf Jansen claims to have seen with his own eyes. 100 times I have asked myself whether it is possible that the world's geography is incomplete, and that the startling narrative of Olaf Jansen is predicated upon demonstrable facts. The reader may be able to answer these queries to his own satisfaction, however far the chronicler of this narrative may be from having reached a conviction. Yet sometimes even I am at a loss to know whether I have been led away from an abstract truth by the ignis fatui of a clever superstition, or whether heretofore accepted facts are, after all, founded upon falsity. It may be that the true home of Apollo was not at Delphi, but in that older earth center of which Plato speaks, where he says, quote, Apollo's real home is among the Hyperboreans, in a land of perpetual life, where mythology tells us two doves flying from the opposite ends of the world met in this fair region, the home of Apollo. Indeed, according to Hecataeus, Leto, the mother of Apollo, was born on an island in the Arctic Ocean, far beyond the north wind. Unquote. It is not my intention to attempt a discussion of the theogony of the deities, nor the cosmogony of the world. My simple duty is to enlighten the world concerning a heretofore unknown portion of the universe, as it was seen and described by the Old Norseman, Olaf Jansen. Interest in northern research is international. 11 nations are engaged in or have contributed to the perilous work of trying to solve Earth's one remaining cosmological mystery. There is a saying ancient as the hills, that truth is stranger than fiction. And in a most startling manner has this axiom been brought home to me within the last fortnight. It was just 2 o'clock in the morning when I was aroused from a restful sleep by the vigorous ringing of my doorbell. The untimely disturber proved to be a messenger bearing a note, scrawled almost to the point of illegibility, from an old Norseman by the name of Olaf Jansen. After much deciphering, I made out the writing, which simply said, quote, I am ill unto death, come, unquote. The call was imperative, and I lost no time in making ready to comply. Perhaps I may as well explain here that Olaf Jansen A man who quite recently celebrated his 95th birthday has for the last half-dozen years been living alone in an unpretentious bungalow out Glendale way, a short distance from the business district of Los Angeles, California. It was less than 2 years ago, while out walking one afternoon, that I was attracted by Olaf Jansen's house and its home-like surroundings, toward its owner and occupant, whom I afterward came to know as a believer in the ancient worship of Odin and Thor. There was a gentleness in his face, and a kindly expression in the keenly alert gray eyes of this man who had lived more than 80 years and 10, and withal a sense of loneliness that appealed to my sympathy. Slightly stooped, and with his hands clasped behind him, he walked back and forth with slow and measured tread that day when first we met. I can hardly say what particular motive impelled me to pause in my walk and engage him in conversation. He seemed pleased when I complimented him on the attractiveness of his bungalow and on the well-tended vines and flowers clustering in profusion over its windows, roof, and wide piazza. In Italian, the I would be an L, and we would call that a plaza. I soon discovered that my new acquaintance was no ordinary person, but one profound and learned to a remarkable degree. A man who in the later years of his long life had dug deeply into books and become strong in the power of meditative silence. I encouraged him to talk and soon gathered that he had resided only 6 or 7 years in Southern California, but had passed the dozen years prior in one of the Middle Eastern states. Before that, he had been a fisherman off the coast of Norway, in the region of the Lofoten Islands, from whence he had made trips still farther north to Spitsbergen and even to Franz Josef Land. Now I will show you some images of the places mentioned. This is what the Lofoten Islands look like. The book spells it Lofoden. I labeled this image with the book spelling, but the maps show Lofoten, and there are other variations as well. When I started looking for the Lofoten Islands and Spitsbergen, I was searching for maps, not these colorful photos of the Aurora Borealis or Northern Lights. If you would like to see them, then I can put them up on the screen for your viewing pleasure. One of the images I found on my Google Images search led me to a YouTube video, and so I got out my Wink program and started snapping shots of the changing northern lights. I'm going to show you a few seconds of that now, so you get an idea of what it's like to live near the North Pole, where Santa Claus lives. All this time I thought he was going back home after dropping off presents, and he was living in snow and ice. I had no idea that there is a tropical paradise up there, and Santa actually lives in the Garden of Eden. We were told that the solar wind causes the northern lights, but when I did the video on Admiral Byrd's brief excursion into the hollow earth, I read that the inner sun is what causes the northern lights, and it has nothing to do with the solar wind. You might be curious, why our secret government doesn't want us to know that one can go into the hollow earth where the sun shines 24 hours every day. Maybe because we would all want to go there to escape the tyranny here on the surface where they control everything. As soon as these images finish, I'm going to show you a satellite photo of the hole in the center of the earth. In this image, you see ice all around the hole, and then it's clear of ice, just as the writers of the other books said. There are quotes and footnotes describing how the sea changes as one approaches the opening. If this is true, one should see our sun vanishing and the new sun appearing. And I'm waiting for that description because I can see that if you go inside the earth, there has to be a time when our own sun sets and there is a rise in the new sun inside. This is a strange event, and so it should be noted in the books that Olaf references. Don't you agree? The image coming up on your screen now is very important because he talks about satellite images and he implies secrecy. I will read the text for you because it's a little bit difficult to see. There are just about 3,500 satellites active, looking down to us. None of them show a particular area. Paths of the polar orbit satellites don't cross some significant areas, while on official pictures and footages of satellites, there is a black dot. Don't be fooled by pictures of Google Earth. Those are edited. I found this image with Russian words on it. I will attempt to pronounce it. Karta Vnutrenia Zemli. The first word karta means map. I'm fairly sure of that. I don't read Russian, but the letters are somewhat familiar to me. The English says inner Earth map, the generally known inner land map. What I gather is that the Ruskies are onto this and likely know as much or more than we do. And they're probably making deals with the inner Earth people, and we better nuke them before they nuke us. Just kidding. Okay, let's return to the story now. You recall that a message was delivered to a man who was given the task of bringing this to the world because Olaf spent 28 years locked up with maniacs, as he put it, and he didn't want to be persecuted anymore, so he waited until he was almost dead to reveal his secret to the world. The earth is hollow. When I started to make my leave, he seemed reluctant to have me go and asked me to come again. Although at the time I thought nothing of it, I remember now that he made a peculiar remark as I extended my hand in leave-taking. Quote, "You will come again?" he asked. "Yes, you will come again some day, I am sure you will, and I shall show you my library and tell you many things of which you have never dreamed, things so wonderful that it may be you will not believe me." Unquote. I laughingly assured him that I would not only come again, but would be ready to believe whatever he might choose to tell me of his travels and adventures. In the days that followed, I became well acquainted with Olaf Jansen, and little by little he told me his story, so marvelous that its very daring challenges reason and belief. The old Norseman always expressed himself with so much earnestness and sincerity that I became enthralled by his strange narrations. Then came the messenger's call that night, and within the hour I was at the Olaf Jansen bungalow. He was very impatient at the long wait, although after being summoned, I had come immediately to his bedside. "I must hasten," he exclaimed, while yet he held my hand in greeting. "I have much to tell you that you know not, and I will trust no one but you. I fully realize," he went on hurriedly, "that I shall not survive the night. The time has come to join my fathers in great sleep." I adjusted the pillows to make him more comfortable, and assured him that I was glad to be able to serve him in any way possible, for I was beginning to realize the seriousness of his condition. The lateness of the hour, the stillness of the surroundings, the uncanny feeling of being alone with a dying man, together with his weird story, all combined to make my heart beat fast and loud with a feeling for which I have no name. Indeed, there were many times that night by the old Norseman's couch, and there have been many times since, when a sensation rather than a conviction took possession of my very soul, and I seemed not only to believe in but actually see the strange lands, the strange people, and the strange world of which he told, and to hear the mighty orchestral chorus of 1,000 lusty voices. I have no idea what that means. Lusty voices? This is already such an amazing story. For over 2 hours he seemed endowed with almost superhuman strength, talking rapidly and to all appearances rationally. For a man who is 95 years old, he is amazingly alert. He must have had very clean water all his life, not contaminated with industrial wastes like our water. Finally, he gave me into my hands certain data, drawings, and crude maps. "These," said he in conclusion, "I leave in your hands. If I can have your promise to give them to the world, I shall die happy, because I desire that people may know the truth. For then all mystery concerning the frozen Northland will be explained. There is no chance of your suffering the fate I suffered. They will not put you in irons, nor confine you to a madhouse, because you are not telling your own story but mine. And I, thanks to the gods Odin and Thor, will be in my grave, and so beyond the reach of disbelievers who would persecute." Unquote. Now I'm curious how the author was able to write all this down. Did he bring a tape recorder? Did he know that he was going to hear a man's deathbed confession? How could he capture every word? How could he bring us every detail? If there was a recording, does it still exist? I would like to hear the voice of Olaf Jansen. Without a thought of the far-reaching results the promise entailed, or foreseeing the many sleepless nights which the obligation has since brought me, I gave my hand, and with it a pledge to discharge faithfully his dying wish. As the sun rose over the peaks of the San Jacinto, far to the eastward, the spirit of Olaf Jansen, the navigator, the explorer and worshipper of Odin and Thor, the man whose experiences and travels, as related, are without a parallel in the world's history, passed away, and I was left alone with the dead. It's amazing that he knew he was going to die that night. It's amazing that he had so much energy just before death. And now, after having paid the last sad rites to this strange man from the Lofoten Islands and the still farther northward Ho, the courageous explorer of frozen regions, who in his declining years, after he had passed the 80 mark, which is 80 years old, had sought an asylum of restful peace in the sun-favored California, I will undertake to make public his story. But first of all, let me indulge in one or two reflections. Generation follows generation, and the traditions of the misty past are handed down from sire to son. Beautiful, beautiful. Alliteration. But for some strange reason, interest in the ice-locked unknown does not abate with the receding years, either in the minds of the ignorant or the tutored. How fortunate of Olaf Jansen to find this writer! What are the chances? And who drove these two together? Because it's clear to me that they were put together for a reason. A storyteller and a writer meet. This story comes from that. Let's continue. With each new generation, a restless impulse stirs the hearts of men to capture the veiled citadel of the Arctic, the circle of silence, the land of glaciers, cold wastes of waters and winds that are strangely warm. Increasing interest is manifested in the mountainous icebergs, and marvelous speculations are indulged in concerning the Earth's center of gravity, the cradle of the tides, where the whales have their nurseries, where the magnetic needle goes mad, where the aurora borealis illuminates the night, and where brave and courageous spirits of every generation dare to venture and explore, defying the dangers of the farthest north. This is beautiful writing. One of the ablest works of recent years is Paradise Found, or The Cradle of the Human Race at the North Pole, unquote, by William F. Warren. In his carefully prepared volume, Mr. Warren almost stubbed his toe against the real truth, but missed it, seemingly, by only a hair's breadth, if the old Norseman's revelation be true. What does that mean? I'm not sure. This is going to blow you away. Dr. Orville Livingston Leach, a scientist, in a recent article says, "The possibilities of land inside the earth were first brought to my attention when I picked up a geode on the shores of the Great Lakes. The geode is a spherical and apparently solid stone, but when broken is found to be hollow and coated with crystals. The earth is only a large form of a geode, and the law that created the geode in its hollow form undoubtedly fashioned the earth in the same way." Unquote. In presenting the theme of this almost incredible story, as told by Olaf Jansen, and supplemented by manuscript, maps, and crude drawings entrusted to me, a fitting introduction is found in the following quotation. Quote, "In the beginning God created the heaven and earth, and the earth was without form and void," unquote. And also, quote, "God created man in his own image," unquote. Therefore, even in things material, man must be godlike, because he is in the likeness of the Father. A man builds a house for himself and family. The porches or verandas are all without and are secondary. The building is really constructed for the conveniences within. Olaf Jansen makes the startling announcement through me, a humble instrument, that in like manner God created the earth for the within, that is to say, for its lands, seas, rivers, mountains, forests, and valleys, and for its other internal conveniences. While the outside surface of the earth is merely the veranda, the porch, where things grow by comparison but sparsely, like the lichen on the mountainside clinging determinedly for bare existence. Take an eggshell, and from each end break out a piece as large as the end of this pencil. Extract its contents, and then you will have a perfect representation of Olaf Jansen's earth. The distance from the inside surface to the outside surface, according to him, is about 300 miles. The center of gravity is not in the center of the earth, but in the center of the shell or crust. Therefore, if the thickness of the earth's crust or shell is 300 miles, the center of gravity is 150 miles below the surface. This is amazing. In their logbooks, Arctic explorers tell us of the dipping of the needle as the vessel sails in regions of the farthest north known. In reality, they are at the curve, on the edge of the shell, where gravity is geometrically increased. And while the electric current seemingly dashes off into space toward the phantom idea of the North Pole, yet the same electric current drops again and continues its course southward along the inside surface of the Earth's crust. In the appendix to his work, Captain Sabine gives an account of experiments to determine the acceleration of the pendulum in different latitudes. This appears to have resulted from the joint labor of Peary and Sabine. He says, quote, "The accidental discovery that a pendulum, on being removed from Paris to the neighborhood of the equator, increased its time of vibration, gave the first step to our present knowledge that the polar axis of the globe is less than the equatorial, that the force of gravity at the surface of the earth increases progressively from the equator toward the poles." According to Olaf Jansen, in the beginning, this old world of ours was created solely for the within world, where are located 4 great rivers, the Euphrates, the Pison, the Gihon, and the Hiddekel. These same names of rivers, when applied to streams on the outside surface of the earth, are purely traditional from an antiquity beyond the memory of man. On the top of a high mountain, near the fountainhead of these 4 rivers, Olaf Jansen, the Norseman, claims to have discovered the long-lost Garden of Eden, the veritable navel of the earth, and to have spent over 2 years studying and reconnoitering in this marvelous within land, exuberant with stupendous plant life and abounding in giant animals, a land where the people lived to be centuries old after the order of Methuselah and other biblical characters, a region where 1/4 of the inner surface is water and 3/4 land, where there are large oceans and many rivers and lakes, where the cities are superlative in construction and magnificence, where modes of transportation are as far in advance of ours as we, with our boasted achievements, are in advance of the inhabitants of darkest Africa. The distance directly across the space from inner surface to inner surface is about 600 miles less than the recognized diameter of the Earth, which, by the way, is about 3,984 miles, I think. Very close to 4,000 miles. So this inner area has to be about 3,300 miles. In the identical center of this vast vacuum is the seat of electricity, a mammoth ball of dull red fire, not startlingly brilliant, but surrounded by a white, mild, luminous cloud, giving out uniform warmth, and held in its place in the center of this internal space by the immutable law of gravitation. This electrical cloud is known to the people within as the abode of the Smoky God. They believe it to be the throne of the Most High. Olaf Jansen reminded me of how in the old college days we were all familiar with the laboratory demonstrations of centrifugal motion, which clearly proved that if the earth were a solid, the rapidity of its revolution upon its axis would tear it into 1,000 fragments. The old Norsemen also maintained that from the farthest points of land on the islands of Spitzbergen and Franz Josef Land, flocks of geese may be seen annually flying still farther northward, just as the sailors and explorers record in their logbooks. No scientist has yet been audacious enough to attempt to explain, even to his own satisfaction, toward what lands these winged fowls are guided by their subtle instinct. However, Olaf Jansen has given us a most reasonable explanation. I want to go there. I want to go to the hollow earth. The presence of the open sea in the Northland is also explained. Olaf Jansen claims that the northern aperture, intake or hole, so to speak, is about 1,400 miles across. In connection with this, let us read what explorer Nansen writes on page 288 of his book, quote, "I have never had such a splendid sail on to the north, steadily north, with a good wind, as fast as steam and sail can take us. An open sea mile after mile, watch after watch, through these unknown regions, always clearer and clearer of ice. One might almost say, quote, how long will it last? The eye always turns to the northward as one paces the bridge. It is gazing into the future, but there is always the same dark sky, which means open sea. Again, the Norwood Review of England, in its issue of May 10, 1884, says, quote, "We do not admit that there is ice up to the pole. Once inside the great ice barrier, a new world breaks upon the explorer. The climate is mild, like that of England, and after balmy as the Greek Isles." Ooh, this is an amazing story, and there is plenty of evidence to support his claims, including Admiral Byrd. Some of the rivers within, Olaf Jansen claims, are larger than our Mississippi and Amazon rivers combined in point of volume of water carried. Indeed, their greatness is occasioned by their width and depth rather than their length. And it is at the mouths of these mighty rivers, as they flow northward and southward along the inside surface of the earth, that mammoth icebergs are found, some of them 15 and 20 miles wide and from 40 to 100 miles in length. Well, I'm confused now because there are questions. If you have rainfall, it's typically air that's pushed up. So what is the air like there? I mean, what causes the air to move? We have sunlight, and the sunlight varies. This is a Smoky God sunlight made of iron, and it's a red glow. And it's a continuous glow. So how would you have winds? You don't have winds unless you have a variance of sunlight. If there's a cloud that blocks the light from the earth, it will be cooler there, and the winds will come in. And in the desert where it's all sunny, the winds go out, or they heat up and rise, and it causes monsoon rains. So how does it rain if you don't have any winds? None of this is explained. In 2 years, he certainly would have had questions. We have no explanation of this. Now we're told that there are icebergs. Why would there be icebergs? Where is it going to be cold? You have a steady glow. And every point of Earth is the same distance from the steady glow. There is no sunlight falling on the North Pole during the summer and the South Pole during their summer. If we don't get the answers to these questions, then they remain open questions. And nobody can conclude whether this is a true story or not until they have the answers to all of their questions. Admiral Byrd was escorted in. He was controlled every place he went. He did not spend 2 years there. We just read that Olaf Jansen spent 2 years there. If he met with the people and they spoke in a strange tongue, how did he communicate with them? Were they telepathic? They have advanced technology. Some people say that these are the people left over from Atlantis. The Atlanteans were advanced. Were they advanced enough to fly to the North Pole and go inside the Earth? How come no pilots ever talk about going inside the Earth? The sea lanes opened in the North and Russia is using them. Russia claims to own the North Pole. Don't they choose to sail along the waters where there is no ice? And the ducks fly north from there into the interior of the Earth? As we begin to discuss this with each other, we're going to come up with more questions, and every one of them has to be answered to our complete satisfaction in order to join this wagon train of belief. Because you can get duped easily. You have to ask questions always. A lot of questions. And reach no conclusion until you're done with all the questions. Is it not strange that there has never been an iceberg encountered either at the Arctic or Antarctic Ocean that is not composed of fresh water? Modern scientists claim that freezing eliminates the salt, but Olaf Jansen claims differently. Ancient Hindu, Japanese, and Chinese writings, as well as hieroglyphics of the extinct races of the North American continent, all speak of the custom of sun worshipping. And it is possible, in the startling light of Olaf Jansen's revelations, that the people of the inner world, lured away by glimpses of the sun as it shone upon the inner surface of the earth, either from the northern or southern opening, became dissatisfied with the Smoky God. the great pillar or mother cloud of electricity, and, weary of their continuously mild and pleasant atmosphere, followed the brighter light, and were finally led beyond the ice belt and scattered over the outer surface of the earth, through Asia, Europe, North America, and later Africa, Australia, and South America. I'll read that footnote. The following quotation is significant. Quote, "It follows that man issuing from a mother region, still undetermined, but which a number of considerations indicate to have been in the north, has radiated in several directions, that his migrations have been constantly from north to south." M. Le Marquis G. de Saporta, in Popular Science Monthly, October 1883, page 753. It is a notable fact that, as we approach the equator, the stature of the human race grows less. But the Patagonians of South America are probably the only aborigines from the center of the earth who came out through the aperture usually designated as the South Pole, and they are called the giant race. Olaf Jansen avers that, in the beginning, the world was created by the great architect of the universe, so that man might dwell upon its inside surface, which has ever since been the habitation of the chosen. Okay, we have another problem, or question, I should say. Every 3,000 or 4,000 years, we have a pole shift. When there's a pole shift, what happens to the hole? Does it form a new hole? If so, aren't a lot of people killed? If you're living on the place that becomes the hole, isn't your house going to disappear? How does that work? They who were driven out of the Garden of Eden brought their traditional history with them. The history of the people living within contains a narrative suggesting the story of Noah and the ark, with which we are familiar. He sailed away, as did Columbus, from a certain port to a strange land he had heard of far to the northward, carrying with him all manner of beasts of the fields and fowls of the air, but was never heard of afterward. The story of Noah's Ark is fiction. Maybe it's a symbolic story, but it's not possible to put lions and tigers. Who's going to catch them and put them on the boat? And when you put them on the boat next to a sheep, what do you think the big cats are going to do? They're going to eat them. You put two of each on the boat. What do you do? Walk around with lions and tigers there, hungry? This is a crazy story. A child could figure out that it's fake. But you have grown people believing the 9/11 lie, or that Al-Qaeda is real, or ISIS. How come Al-Qaeda was retired so quickly, so easily? Did someone have total control of them? Of course. That's the only way you could retire a group that's supposed to be committing terrorist acts all over the place and so strong and powerful that the world's superpower can't defeat them. This is insanity. The story of Santa Claus coming down the chimney is insanity. He doesn't come down the chimney, he knocks on the front door. And if he has nice presents, you let him in. Just kidding. Let's go back to the story. What did you bring me? I don't want this piece of junk. Where did you get it? Target? Walmart? Get out of here. Take your reindeer with you. On the northern boundaries of Alaska, and still more frequently on the Siberian coast, are found boneyards containing the tusks of ivory in quantities so great as to suggest the burying places of antiquity. Why would anybody bury a mammoth? From Olaf Jansen's account, they have come from the great prolific animal life that abounds in the fields and forests on the banks of numerous rivers of the inner world. The materials were caught in the ocean currents or were carried on the ice floes, and have accumulated like driftwood on the Siberian coast. This has been going on for ages, and hence these mysterious boneyards. When scientists collect the facts, that's okay with me. When scientists draw a conclusion, it's not okay with me. The conclusion should leap out from the facts. Nobody needs to draw a conclusion because when all the facts are there and understood, the conclusion is obvious. We should not leap to conclusions. We don't know how these bones accumulated there. Suppose there was a pole shift and this was a warm area. Then you're going to have tropical animals like you have in Africa. Olaf Jansen is the only one that I know that lived in the center of the earth, the hollow earth, for 2 years. Admiral Byrd flew in and flew out on the same day. It was only an hour stay or maybe 2. He didn't say. He just met with some people, talked, and he left. He was escorted in, escorted out. It was almost as if he wasn't allowed to be inside the center of the earth. Now, Olaf Jansen sails in and stays for 2 years. What do these inner earth people think about us crashing in on their world? They know we're belligerent, they know we set off atomic weapons, and they know it's very dangerous. If the ocean waters flow from the outside world to the inside world, because it sounds like the waterway is continuous, then wouldn't salt water mix with fresh water? If the center of gravity is the center of the 300-mile thickness of the earth, then this is what's pulling on everything on the inner world. And so water evaporates, is airborne, and it cools, apparently, when it gets close to the sun. But that doesn't make any sense. If all the heat is coming from the center sun, when things rise, they should get hotter. So how does that work? How does the water fall out? If the center is hot and everything moves to the center, it'll be capable of handling more water. You'll have more water dissolved in the air. Now, that air moves. It goes to a cooler place and rain falls. But how does the air move? We have warmer areas and cooler areas, and I understand that. It seems that the farther you are from this glowing sun on the inside, this Smoky God, the cooler it would be. Why are there icebergs, and why aren't there icebergs everywhere? If there are icebergs anywhere, why aren't they everywhere? Because everywhere is the same distance from the center. What would it be like to live on an inner world where your sun is in the sky above your head, but so is land? You're looking across 4,000 miles and you're seeing land and oceans on the other side. If you have a nice telescope, you could easily see people 4,000 miles away. That's not to the moon. The moon is 240,000 miles away, averaging apogee and perigee. It's 238 on the near side, and the far side is 242,000 miles. So you could easily see somebody 4,000 miles away. No, that's not right. When you're in an airplane, you're only 35,000 feet, 5 or 6 miles, and the people look like dots. I think it would be so smoky, this Smoky God in the center, that illuminates the water vapor in the air, you're not going to be able to see anything on the other side. You look up, you'll see just clouds, 5 or 6 miles high, and that's it. You'll be able to see this glowing sun. I have a lot of questions. I don't have any answers. On this subject, William F. Warren, in his book already cited, pages 297 and 298, says, quote, "The Arctic rocks tell of a lost Atlantis more wonderful than Plato's. The fossil ivory beds of Siberia excel everything of the kind in the world. From the days of Pliny, at least, they have constantly been undergoing exploitation, and still they are the chief headquarters of supply. The remains of mammoths are so abundant that, as Gratacap says, the northern islands of Siberia seem built up of crowded bones. Another scientific writer, speaking of the islands of New Siberia, northward of the mouth of the river Lena, uses this language. Large quantities of ivory are dug out of the ground every year. Indeed, some of the islands are believed to be nothing but an accumulation of drift timber and the bodies of mammoths and other antediluvian animals frozen together. From this we may infer that during the years that have elapsed since the Russian conquest of Siberia, useful tusks from more than 20,000 mammoths have been collected." Unquote. Well, I would like to offer an explanation for consideration. A pole shift takes place, and volcanoes are going off, because that's what we have right now. All the volcanoes that were active over the past 10,000 years are all active today, because we're about to have a pole shift. A volcano blows water vapor into the sky. It rises up, freezes, and comes down. It lands on a bunch of mammoths, 20,000 of them, in a tropical area, and they are flash frozen, so they're all dead. Because the water comes down so cold, everything is frozen. We had 100-degree heat here in Arizona, and we had ice cubes coming from the sky, hail, and they were as big as a big grape. I was totally surprised. The water rose up high enough that it got cold and froze. We have over 100 degrees on the ground, and it's less than 32 degrees Fahrenheit at some height where this rain is falling from. Totally a surprise. Now, a volcano blows, and instead of water vapor rising naturally, it's blown up. And it's blown up 30,000 feet, as high as Mount Everest. Mount Everest is so cold, and there's so little oxygen, and now we have water going up to that height. It's very cold, and it freezes, and it comes down and flash freezes all these mammoths. Now there's a pole shift, and you've got water sloshing all over the place for a while, and it washes up on these islands, where they find so many tusks. These are not burial grounds because they don't bury mammoths. They were flash frozen. They died, and all these 20,000 animals' tusks are washed up on the islands. A mammoth has a lot of fat, and he'll float in water, probably. I don't know for sure, but I would say that fat floats. A volcano can certainly spew water vapor high into the atmosphere, high, and it comes down all at once. And it could land on an area and flash freeze animals, especially if there's a pole shift in that area, Siberia, that used to be tropical, and all these animals that they found have tropical plants in their mouths and their stomachs. The meat is 4,000 years old, but it was flash frozen, and it remained frozen for 4,000 years. When it began to thaw, they were feeding it to their sled dogs. This happened in the 1800s. Now, why is the snow melting after 4,000 years? Because we're getting ready for another one. Where was the North Pole before? It was in Greenland, I believe. But Greenland has melted, and they're not telling us why. So we're not going to believe any scientist who doesn't do his job correctly. He's supposed to collect the facts and hold off on the conclusion. Just collect the facts. That's all we need, is the facts. What we know for sure is that there are 20,000 animals' tusks washed up on the beach. It suggests that they were floating in the ocean. Why did they all collect on this beach? How did they die? When they're frozen in the snow and you're feeding the meat to the sled dogs, you have a preserved specimen, far too valuable to be feeding to sled dogs. When they're dead and they're washed up on the islands or the land in large numbers, it tells you they all died at once. There was a catastrophic event, especially if you have animals of various ages all dying together. What is it like when volcanoes blow water vapor into the high atmosphere and it freezes and comes down? How does it come down? Slush? Does it come down as ice? Does it kill them with impacts? Are there hail as big as a softball? I have heard recently of hail as big as a softball. And hail where I live is totally out of the question. I never saw it before. Totally surprised that we could have hail on a day when the temperature was over 100 degrees. Okay, let's read the last card in the beginning part of this book. But now for the story of Olaf Jansen. I give it in detail as set down by himself in manuscript, and woven into the tale, just as he placed them, are certain quotations from recent works on Arctic exploration, showing how carefully the old Norseman compared with his own experiences those of other voyagers to the frozen north. Thus wrote the disciple of Odin and Thor. Part 2, Olaf Jansen's story. My name is Olaf Jansen. I am a Norwegian, although I was born in the little seafaring Russian town of Uleåborg on the eastern coast of the Gulf of Bothnia, the northern arm of the Baltic Sea. My parents were on a fishing cruise in the Gulf of Bothnia and put into this Russian town of Uleåborg at the time of my birth, being the 27th day of October, 1811. My father, Jens Jansen, was born at Rodvig on the Scandinavian coast near the Lofoten Islands, but after marrying made his home at Stockholm because my mother's people resided in that city. When 7 years old, I began going with my father on his fishing trips along the Scandinavian coast. Early in life, I displayed an aptitude for books, and at the age of 9 years was placed in a private school in Stockholm, remaining there until I was 14. After this, I made regular trips with my father on all his fishing voyages. My father was a man fully 6 feet 3 in height and weighed over 15 stone, a typical Norseman of the most rugged sort, and capable of more endurance than any other man I have ever known. He possessed the gentleness of a woman in tender little ways, yet his determination and willpower were beyond description. His will admitted of no defeat. I was in my 19th year when we started on what proved to be our last trip as fishermen, and which resulted in the strange story that shall be given to the world, but not until I have finished my earthly pilgrimage. I dare not allow the facts as I know them to be published while I am living, for fear of further humiliation, confinement, and suffering. First of all, I was put in irons by the captain of the whaling vessel that rescued me, for no other reason than that I told the truth about the marvelous discoveries made by my father and myself, but this was far from being the end of my tortures. After 4 years and 8 months' absence, I reached Stockholm, only to find my mother had died the previous year, and the property left by my parents in the possession of my mother's people, but it was at once made over to me. All might have been well had I erased from my memory the story of our adventure and of my father's terrible death. Finally, one day, I told the story in detail to my uncle, Gustav Osterlind, a man of considerable property, and urged him to fit out an expedition for me to make another voyage to the strange land. At first, I thought he favored my project. He seemed interested and invited me to go before certain officials and explain to them, as I had to him, the story of our travels and discoveries. Imagine my disappointment and horror when, upon the conclusion of my narrative, certain papers were signed by my uncle, and, without warning, I found myself arrested and hurried away to dismal and fearful confinement in a madhouse, where I remained for 28 years, long, tedious, frightful years of suffering. I never ceased to assert my sanity, and to protest against the injustice of my confinement. Finally, on the 17th of October, 1862, I was released. My uncle was dead, and the friends of my youth were now strangers. Indeed, a man over 50 years old, whose only known record is that of a madman, has no friends. I was at a loss to know what to do for a living, but instinctively turned toward the harbor, where fishing boats in great numbers were anchored. And within a week I had shipped with a fisherman by the name of Jan Hansen, who was starting on a long fishing cruise to the Lofoten Islands. Here my earlier years of training proved of the very greatest advantage, especially in enabling me to make myself useful. This was but the beginning of other trips, and by frugal economy, I was in a few years able to own a fishing brig of my own. For 27 years thereafter I followed the sea as a fisherman, 5 years working for others, and the last 22 for myself. During all these years, I was the most diligent student of books, as well as a hard worker in my business, but I took great care not to mention to anyone the story concerning the discoveries made by my father and myself. Even at this late day, I would be fearful of having anyone see or know the things I am writing, and the records and maps I have in my keeping. When my days on earth are finished, I shall leave maps and records that will enlighten and I hope benefit mankind. The memory of my long confinement with maniacs and all the horrible anguish and sufferings are too vivid to warrant my taking further chances. In 1889, I sold out my fishing boats and found I had accumulated a fortune quite sufficient to keep me the remainder of my life. I then came to America. For a dozen years my home was in Illinois near Batavia, where I gathered most of the books in my present library, though I brought many choice volumes from Stockholm. Later I came to Los Angeles, arriving here March 4th, 1901. The date I well remember, as it was President McKinley's second inauguration day. I bought this humble home and determined here, in the privacy of my own abode, sheltered by my own vine and fig tree, and with my books about me, to make maps and drawings of the new lands we had discovered, and also to write the story in detail from the time my father and I left Stockholm until the tragic event that parted us in the Antarctic Ocean. I well remember that we left Stockholm in our fishing sloop on the 3rd day of April, 1829, and sailed southward, leaving Gothland Island to the left and Åland Island to the right. A few days later we succeeded in doubling Sandhammer Point and made our way through the sound which separates Denmark from the Scandinavian coast. In due time we put in at a town of Kristiansand, where we rested for 2 days, and then started around the Scandinavian coast to the westward, bound for the Lofoten Islands. My father was in high spirit because of the excellent and gratifying returns he had received from our last catch by marketing at Stockholm instead of selling at one of the seafaring towns along the Scandinavian coast. He was especially pleased with the sale of some ivory tusks that he had found on the west coast of Franz Josef Land during one of his northern cruises the previous year, and he expressed the hope that this time we might again be fortunate enough to load our little fishing sloop with ivory instead of cod, herring, mackerel, and salmon. You're making me hungry. I found some photos of Franz Josef Land and I want to share them with you. In this one you can see the Arctic Circle, and Franz Josef Land appears to be at least partially in the Arctic Circle. It's probably 30 degrees. I think each of those lines would be 30 degrees, but I'm not sure. I think it would be longitude, not latitude. You can see Scandinavia on the left and Russia on the right. And Svalbard is where they put the seed depository. They gathered up all the seeds of the world and hurriedly rushed them into this readily built storage facility deep inside of granite. Now, what are they expecting? A pole shift, maybe? So I thought it was interesting to point out that Svalbard is right next to Franz Josef Land. Do you see Greenland? The North Pole was over Greenland in the last pole shift. Let's move in for a close-up on the map to show how many islands there are and the vast area covered by Franz Josef Land. Those divisions at the bottom are 5 degrees apart. On the left we have Prince George Land, and to the west of that we have Alexandra Land. Alexandra starts right after 45 degrees. Prince George Land starts at 50 degrees, and we wind up at 65 degrees at the end. Those lines that I thought were 30 degrees is actually 80 degrees. Franz Josef Land spans from 80 degrees to 82 degrees. And every one of those islands that you see is named. Prince Rudolf Island, Eva Lieve Island, Graham Bell Island, Pear Island, Jackson Island, La Roncière Island, Salisbury Island, Luigi Island, Hall Island, McClintock Island, Hooker Island, Salm Island. Even the tiniest islands are all named. Isn't that amazing? You might be wondering what kind of animals live this close to the North Pole. Here's a walrus. I'm not sure if this is natural to have one, I think they're called tusks. But here's another walrus on the snow or ice, and he has two. Did the first one break off one of his tusks? Then there's the polar bear. Stay away from these guys. Hey, polar bear, where's the nearest fast food restaurant? I heard they have a crazy seal meal deal. It comes with a large order of fries and a drink of your choice. Then I found this picture. They arrange a lot of tourism on cruise lines to go up there. Here's some guy standing on top of a rock. They took a picture. If he wasn't there, you would have no perspective at all. You wouldn't know how large this structure is. But look at that. It looks like it just popped up out of the ocean, like some large, massive object passed overhead, and this is made of iron or something, and it just lifted up. Everywhere on Franz Josef Land, you see these spherical rocks. Now, how did that happen? They're large, too. Here's a guy standing on two of them. They appear to be almost as tall as he is. I found that amazing. I don't know how big this one is. An airplane lands to the right, but it's far away, so you can't judge perspective. But look at the tiny one next to the big one. How do these things form? Here someone's holding one in their hand. So are they crystals? What is it that makes the stone crystallize like this? Very strange. I never heard of this before. If you're a tourist taking photos, look at this shot. Is that picturesque? I love geology, and I would like to study it. Maybe in the next lifetime I'll have a chance. But I want to know how this rock formation formed. It looks like uplifting and then weathering. The rain and snow fell and washed the dirt away, but that big chunk of iron came out of the ground, lifted up by something. And I suspect it was something that passed by. And often, when they come too close, they just rip it out of the ground and take it with them. I think that's what happened on Mars. When we see this Grand Canyon that spans 4,000 miles on a planet that's 1/11th the size of this one. Now here's another magnificent photo. How would you like to hit one of those jagged rocks under the water? Punch a hole in your boat and you go down in 32-degree water. You wouldn't last a minute. I think these sailors who sail in icy waters are either very courageous and they know the risks, or they don't know the risks, and many of them die. I wanted to show you a photo album of this region. Look at this next picture. Walruses swimming in icy waters, and that's their home. The fish are plentiful because the water has a lot of oxygen. And the fish go where the oxygen is, and so you find a lot of very healthy fish. The ones mentioned earlier, salmon, mackerel, cod, these are all good for you. And this is the strongest man in all of Russia. He's pulling this boat by himself. Here, one of the tourists on one of the cruise liners went to pet the polar bear because it was cute. They had to leave him behind. Rest in pieces. No, I'm just kidding. That's probably a seal that the polar bear murdered. What a bloody mess. Here you see a series of those spherical rocks. And the question is, are they hollow inside? I don't think so. But it's fascinating, and I'd like to know how they form. I wonder if anybody is working on this. I wonder if anybody has figured it out. That's Franz Josef Land. You've never been there, but this video provided you with a cheap trip just to know what it's all about. We put in at Hammerfest, latitude 71 degrees and 40 minutes, for a few days' rest. Here we remained 1 week, laying in an extra supply of provisions and several casks of drinking water, and then sailed toward Spitzbergen. For the first few days we had an open sea and favoring wind, and then we encountered much ice and many icebergs. A vessel larger than our little fishing sloop could not possibly have threaded its way among the labyrinth of icebergs, or squeezed through the barely open channels. These monster bergs presented an endless succession of crystal palaces, of massive cathedrals and fantastic mountain ranges, grim and sentinel-like, immovable as some towering cliff of solid rock, standing silent as sphinx, resisting the restless waves of a fretful sea. Hey, that's a pretty good paragraph. Wow, this guy is quite a writer. After many narrow escapes, we arrived at Spitzbergen on the 23rd of June and anchored at Wijade Bay for a short time, where we were quite successful in our catches. We then lifted anchor and sailed through the Hinlopen Strait and coasted along the northeast land. He's got a footnote there. I'll read the footnote. It will be remembered that Andre started on his fatal balloon voyage from the northwest coast of Spitzbergen. Well, this name, Andre or André, is unfamiliar. I suppose someone who is interested could look it up and see what that was all about. He attempted to sail a balloon and apparently died. That's what I'm gathering. A strong wind came up from the southwest, and my father said that we had better take advantage of it and try to reach Franz Josef Island, where the year before he had, by accident, found the ivory tusks that had brought him such a good price in Stockholm. Never before or since have I seen so many seafowl. They were so numerous that they hid the rocks on the coastline and darkened the sky. For several days we sailed along the rocky coast of Franz Josef Land. Finally, a favoring wind came up that enabled us to make the west coast, and after sailing 24 hours, we came to a beautiful inlet. One could hardly believe it was the Northland. The place was green with growing vegetation, and while the area did not comprise more than 1 or 2 acres, the air was warm and tranquil. It seemed to be at that point where the Gulf Stream's influence is most keenly felt. He has a footnote. I'll read it. Sir John Barrow Bart, FRS, in his work entitled Voyages of Discovery and Research within the Arctic Regions, says on page 57, quote, Mr. Beechey refers to what has frequently been found and noticed, the mildness of the temperature on the western coast of Spitzbergen, there being little or no sensation of cold, though the thermometer might be only a few degrees above the freezing point. The brilliant and lively effect of a clear day, when the sun shines forth with a pure sky whose azure hue is so intense as to find no parallel even in the boasted Italian sky. On the east coast there were numerous icebergs, yet here we were in open water. Far to the west of us, however, were ice packs, and still farther to the westward the ice appeared like ranges of low hills. In front of us and directly to the north lay an open sea. Now here's another footnote. The footnote is important, so I'll read it. Captain Kane, on page 299, quoting from Morton's journal, the 26th of December, says, quote, As far as I could see, the open passages were 15 miles or more wide, with sometimes mashed ice separating them. But it's all small ice, and I think it either drives out to the open space to the north, or rots and sinks, as I could see none ahead to the north, unquote. What he's hinting at is, you don't see large icebergs that are the size of a mountain. He's already told us about those. Then he told us that they were like hills, and now small mashed ice, and no ice to the north. Now that is crazy. You're at the North Pole, just about, and there's no ice to the north? What is it that's making this area warm, melting the ice? Small crushed ice. Well, you're going to find out very soon. My father was an ardent believer in Odin and Thor, and had frequently told me they were gods who came from far beyond the north wind. Interesting. There was a tradition, my father explained, that still farther northward was a land more beautiful than any that mortal man had ever known, and that it was inhabited by the chosen. And he's got a footnote there. Let's read that, see what's in this. We find the following in Deutsche Mythology, page 778. Wow, that's a thick book. From the pen of Jacob Grimm, quote, "Then the sons of Bor built in the middle of the universe the city called Asgard." Now that name is very similar to Agartha, and I wonder if it's a Nordic transmutation of the word Agartha. Then the sons of Bor built in the middle of the universe the city called Asgard, where dwell the gods and their kindred, and from that abode work out so many wondrous things both on the earth and in the heavens above it. There is in that city a place called Hlid Skjalf, and when Odin is seated there upon his lofty throne, he sees over the whole world and discerns all the actions of men, unquote. This footnote is important because he's talking about these people that live in the interior of the earth. They have flying craft, and they know everything that goes on the surface. And when Admiral Byrd went inside the hollow earth, they escorted him. They took control of his plane and landed it safely, and when he left, they escorted him out. And they warned him that the actions of man on the surface were dangerous. And he carried this message to political and military leaders, and nothing was done. And so man on the surface is out of step with the interior 12-foot tall beings, who look just like us, by the way. Let's continue. My youthful imagination was fired by the ardor, zeal, and religious fervor of my good father, and I exclaimed, quote, "Why not sail to this goodly land? The sky is fair, the wind favorable, and the sea open," unquote. Even now I can see the expression of pleasurable surprise on his countenance, which means his face. And he turned toward me and asked, quote, "My son, you are willing to go with me and explore, to go far beyond where man has ever ventured?" Unquote. I answered affirmatively, quote, "Very well," he replied. "May the god Odin protect us," unquote. And quickly adjusting the sails, he glanced at our compass, turned the prow in due northerly direction through an open channel, and our voyage had begun. Another footnote. Hall writes on page 288, on 23rd of January, the two Eskimos, accompanied by two of the seamen, went to Cape Lupton. They reported a sea of open water extending as far as the eye could reach, unquote. The sun was low in the horizon, as it was still the early summer. Indeed, we had almost 4 months of day ahead of us before the frozen night could come on again. Our little fishing sloop sprang forward as if eager, as ourselves, for adventure. Within 36 hours we were out of sight of the highest point on the coastline of Franz Joseph Land. We seemed to be in a strong current running north by northeast. Far to the right and to the left of us were icebergs, but our little sloop bore down on the narrows and passed through the channels and out into open seas, channels so narrow in places that had our craft been other than small, we never could have gotten through. On the third day we came to an island. Its shores were washed by an open sea. My father determined to land and explore for a day. This new land was destitute of timber, but we found a large accumulation of driftwood on the northern shore. Some of the trunks of the trees were 40 feet long and 2 feet in diameter. There's a footnote 7. Greenlee tells us in Volume 1, page 100, that, quote, Privates Connell and Frederick found a large coniferous tree on the beach, just above the extreme high water mark. It was nearly 30 inches in circumference, some 30 feet long, and had apparently been carried to that point by a current within a couple of years. A portion of it was cut up for firewood, and for the first time in that valley a bright, cheery campfire gave comfort to man. Unquote. After one day's exploration of the coastline of this island, we lifted anchor and turned our prow to the north in an open sea. Now it's starting to get very interesting. There's a footnote 8. I'll read that. Dr. Kane says on page 379 of his works, quote, I cannot imagine what becomes of the ice. A strong current sets in constantly to the north, but from altitudes of more than 500 feet, I saw only narrow strips of ice with great spaces of open water from 10 to 15 miles in breadth between them. It must, therefore, either go to an open space in the north or dissolve, unquote. Now you see that they're sailing north by northeast, and they're noticing that the ice is disappearing. When you're sailing north and you're near the North Pole, there should be larger and larger chunks of ice. But no, the ice is disappearing, which is very, very weird, very strange. I remember that neither my father nor myself had tasted food for almost 30 hours. Perhaps this was because of the tension of excitement about our strange voyage in waters farther north, my father said, than anyone had ever before been. Now, how would he know that? Active mentality had dulled the demands of the physical needs. Instead of the cold being intense as we had anticipated, it was really warmer and more pleasant than it had been while in Hammerfest on the north coast of Norway some 6 weeks before. There's a footnote 9. Captain Peary's second voyage relates another circumstance which may serve to confirm a conjecture which has long been maintained by some, that an open sea free of ice exists at or near the pole. Quote, on the 2nd of November, unquote, says Perry, quote, the wind freshened up to a gale from north by west, lowered the thermometer before midnight to 5 degrees, whereas a rise of wind at Melville Island was generally accompanied by a simultaneous rise in the thermometer at low temperatures. May not this, he asks, be occasioned by the wind blowing over an open sea in the quarter from which the wind blows, and tend to confirm the opinion that at or near the pole an open sea exists? Unquote. We both frankly admitted that we were very hungry, and forthwith I prepared a substantial meal from our well-stored larder. When we had partaken heartily of the repast, I told my father I believed I would sleep, as I was beginning to feel quite drowsy. Very well, he replied. I will keep the watch. I hope the kid doesn't sleep 10 hours. Gee. I have no way to determine how long I slept. I only know that I was rudely awakened by a terrible commotion of the sloop. To my surprise, I found my father sleeping soundly. I cried out lustily to him and started up. He sprang quickly to his feet. Indeed, had he not instantly clutched the rail, he would certainly have been thrown into the seething waves. A fierce snowstorm was raging. The wind was directly astern, driving our sloop at a terrific speed, and was threatening every moment to capsize us. You wind up in those waters, you're dead. You'll be frozen before a polar bear can find you. There was no time to lose. The sails had to be lowered immediately. Our boat was writhing in convulsions. A few icebergs we knew were on either side of us, but fortunately the channel was open directly to the north. But would it remain so? In front of us, girding the horizon from left to right, was a vaporish fog or mist, black as Egyptian night at the water's edge, and white like a steam cloud toward the top, which was finally lost to view as it blended with the great white flakes of falling snow. He is quite a writer. Whether it covered a treacherous iceberg or some other hidden obstacle against which our little sloop would dash and send us to a watery grave, or was merely the phenomenon of an Arctic fog, there was no way to determine. Footnote 10. On the page 284 of his works, Hall writes, quote, "From the top of Providence Berg, a dark fog was seen to the north, indicating water. At 10 a.m., 3 of the men, Kruger, Nindemann, and Hobby, went to Cape Lupton to ascertain, if possible, the extent of the open water. On their return, they reported several open spaces and much young ice, not more than a day old, so thin that it was easily broken by throwing pieces of ice upon it." Unquote. By what miracle we escaped being dashed to utter destruction, I do not know. I remember our little craft creaked and groaned as if its joints were breaking. It rocked and staggered to and fro as if clutched by some fierce undertow of whirlpool or maelstrom. Now you may recall when Admiral Byrd flew into this inner earth, hollow earth, his craft was taken over also. These creatures in the interior of the earth are benevolent, and we'll get into that soon. Fortunately, our compass had been fastened with long screws to a crossbeam. Most of our provisions, however, were tumbled out and swept away from the deck of the cuddy. And had we not taken the precaution at the very beginning to tie ourselves firmly to the masts of the sloop, we should have been swept into the lashing sea. Now they have no food. Above the deafening tumult of the raging waves, I heard my father's voice. "Be courageous, my son," he shouted. "Odin is the god of the waters, the companion of the brave, and he is with us. Fear not." Unquote. Another crazy religious person, believing in a god called Odin, and believing that this god is going to save them, tells his son, "Fear not." Look at the image of that boat. One big wave come over the bow, either side, and they're going down. But if they get wet, they're dead, even if they are in the boat. I wonder what they wore. How could the father fall asleep? He was going to watch. To me it seemed there was no possibility of our escaping a horrible death. The little sloop was shipping water. The snow was falling so fast as to be blinding, and the waves were tumbling over our counters in reckless white-sprayed fury. He really is good with words. Our little sloop was shipping water. Never heard that before. That is great. That is a great line. I think I'll steal it. But when am I going to use it? I get seasick when I'm on a boat, a big boat. There was no telling what instant we should be dashed against some drifting ice pack. The tremendous swells would heave us up to the very peaks of mountainous waves, then plunge us down into the depths of the sea's trough, as if our fishing sloop were a fragile shell. Gigantic white-capped waves, like veritable walls, fenced us in, fore and aft. This terrible, nerve-wracking ordeal, with its nameless horrors of suspense and agony of fear, indescribable, continued for more than 3 hours. And all the time we were being driven forward at fierce speed. Then suddenly, as if growing weary of its frantic exertions, the wind began to lessen its fury and by degrees to die down. At last we were in perfect calm. The fog mist had also disappeared, and before us lay an iceless channel, perhaps 10 or 15 miles wide, with a few icebergs far away to our right and an intermittent archipelago of smaller ones to the left. Now, when you're going through a hole in the earth, You should be able to see water above you, to the left, to the right, and under you. And so I'm wondering if the storm carried them in so they didn't see this. But when you get inside, you still have to look up and see water. You're in the interior of the earth. You have to see water above you. That's the only way it could be. And unless he says that, I'm going to wonder about that. I don't know why I didn't think of it when I read this book many years ago. May I chime in here? Who are you? I'm your subconscious. Oh? Yes. I would like to say something. Okay, go ahead. If you're in an airplane looking down 5 miles to the ground, how much can you see? Not much. Can you see people? No. What if the distance was increased to 1,400 miles instead of 5 miles? 280 times greater the distance than looking down from an airplane. That's why you can't see the sea above you. Good point. I'll consider that. I watched my father closely, determined to remain silent until he spoke. Presently he untied the rope from his waist, and without saying a word began working the pumps, which fortunately were not damaged, relieving the sloop of the water it had shipped in the madness of the storm. His use of the word ship is pretty interesting. How would we say that? The water entered the boat. It's in the bilge. The pumps are pumping it out, but are they working by electricity? I don't think so. So how did they pump the water out? I think this is before electricity. He put up the sloop's sails as calmly as if casting a fishing net, and then remarked that we were ready for a favoring wind when it came. His courage and persistence were truly remarkable. On investigation, we found less than 1/3 of our provisions remaining, while to our utter dismay, we discovered that our water casks had been swept overboard during the violent plungings of our boat. So now they have no water and only 1/3 of their food left. 2 of our water casks were in the main hold. Both were empty. Oh boy. We had a fair supply of food, but no fresh water. Now watch, they're going to dip into what they think is salt water, and it's going to be fresh water. How do you like that? I realized at once the awfulness of our position. Presently, I was seized with a consuming thirst. "It is indeed bad," remarked my father. "However, let us dry our bedraggled clothing, for we are soaked to the skin. Man, that must be cold. I can't take the cold. Trust to the god Odin, my son. Do not give up hope." Does he have a choice? The sun was beating down slantingly, as if we were in a southern latitude, instead of in the far northland. It was swinging around, its orbit ever visible, and rising higher and higher each day, frequently mist-covered, yet always peering through the lacework of clouds like some fretful eye of fate, guarding the mysterious northland and jealously watching the pranks of man. Far to our right, the rays decking the prisms of icebergs were gorgeous. Their reflections emitted flashes of garnet, of diamond, of sapphire. A pyrotechnic panorama of countless colors and shapes, while below could be seen the green-tinted sea and above the purple sky. That paragraph is very poetic, very poetic. Let me read a few sentences just so you get this imagery. Far to our right, rays decking the prisms of icebergs were gorgeous. So we have the sun passing through the frozen ice, and he can see the colors of the rainbow. Prisms separating the light. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. Their reflections emitted flashes of garnet, of diamond, of sapphire. A pyrotechnic panorama of countless colors. The alliteration there, pyrotechnic panorama of countless colors and shapes, while below could be seen the green-tinted sea and above the purple sky. The guy is really good. He is really good. Hollow Earth, Olaf Jansen's Voyage to the Inner World, Part 3. Beyond the North Wind. I tried to forget my thirst by busying myself with bringing up some food and an empty vessel from the hold. Reaching over the side rail, I filled the vessel with water for the purpose of laving my hands and face. We don't use that word laving, but the lavatory has the same root, and lavish is also a word associated with the same root word. To my astonishment, when the water came in contact with my lips, I could taste no salt. I was startled by the discovery. "Father," I fairly gasped, the water, it is fresh." "What, Olaf?" exclaimed my father, glancing hastily around. "Surely you are mistaken. There is no land. You are going mad." "But taste it," I cried. And thus we made the discovery that the water was indeed fresh, absolutely so, without the least briny taste, or even the suspicion of a salty flavor. We forthwith filled our 2 remaining water casks, and my father declared it was a heavenly dispensation of mercy from the gods Odin and Thor. Cuckoo! 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 This man is Looney Tunes, another religious nut. Why doesn't he just ask the question, why is the water fresh? They were in seawater, now they're in fresh water. Why? Instead, he wants to attribute it to Odin and Thor. I told you religious people were nuts, and here's the proof. They've been doing this for centuries. Every time they encounter any modicum of good luck, it's God. It's Jesus, it's Odin, it's Thor, it's lunacy. It's time to end this. This is a bad habit. We were almost beside ourselves with joy, but hunger bade us end our enforced fast. Now that we had found fresh water in the open sea, what might we not expect in this strange latitude where ship had never before sailed and the splash of an oar had never been heard? Footnote 11. I have a problem with that line because they assume that they know every detail about this area. Who holds the records of all the ships that sailed there? Only the Akashic record would have this information. They certainly don't have it because they have never been there before. They did not sit by like good scientists and note every passage of a vessel into these waters. And this superstition about religion is going to take the life of this man who trusts Odin to protect him. And he teaches his son the same insane mental process. This is not how you get out of bad situations. You think your way out of them. And you have to be realistic every inch of the way, or you won't survive. Footnote 11. In Volume 1, page 196, Nansen writes, quote, "It is a peculiar phenomenon, this dead water. We had at present a better opportunity of studying it than we desired. It occurs where a surface layer of fresh water rests upon the salt water of the sea, and this fresh water is carried along with the ship gliding on the heavier sea beneath it as if on a fixed foundation. Collect the facts and not reach any conclusion." And here on page 196, Nansen writes that the fresh water floats on top of the salt water. Without any collection of facts whatsoever, he makes this speculation as if it's true. I have never heard such a theory, and I'm sure the book was written in the 1800s, when everybody was speculating about everything and we knew nothing. In science class, they told us that a group of men in the time of Plato sat around arguing about how many teeth the horse has. Nobody ever thought of going out to the horse, opening its mouth and counting them. And if you're going to get any benefit out of this book, you have to recognize the insanity of religion. You have to recognize poor science. And then you have to avoid such mistakes in your own life in order to do better than they did. Olaf's father died in Antarctica. How did they get there from the North Pole? I don't know. I don't remember. I read the book a long time ago, and I thought it was a good book, and I wanted to read it to you. But I have a different mind today than I had back then. And if you want to benefit from my thinking, consider what I'm saying, ponder it, and then reach your own conclusions about science, about the book, about the veracity of the hollow earth. This is one man's testimony, and he spent 28 years in prison because he told the truth. That's what he said. And he writes this book and keeps it a secret and hides it and doesn't ever discuss it. And when he's about to die, he calls someone he just met and says, "Hurry over, I'm going to die, and I want to give you my record." And that's how we got it. Now, is that a liar, or is that someone who went through great pains to bring us this story? He suffered a lot as a result of telling the truth. I don't think he was ever mad. I don't even think he was senile. Even in his 90s, he's as coherent as somebody who has drunk fresh water his entire life. Now it's fluoridated, and nobody can remember anything, and nobody can think straight because they're poisoning our water. Now I will continue. He says the difference between the two strata was in this case so great that while we had drinking water on the surface, the water we got from the bottom cock of the engine room was far too salty to be used for the boiler. Now we know that that thin layer of fresh water was skimming across the top. And I think that means that you have a saltwater body and a freshwater body coming together. I don't think that the density is going to separate them because there is way too much ocean and it is salty all the way to the very top. We never find fresh water on top of seawater. This is erroneous. Next paragraph. We had scarcely appeased our hunger when a breeze began filling the idle sails. And glancing at the compass, we found the northern point pressing hard against the glass. I don't know what that means. I'm already confused because we're in the interior of the earth. The sun is rising higher and higher every day. This is not typical of summer in the Arctic. They are clearly inside the inner earth. But what are the compasses doing? This is very difficult to figure out. I can't imagine being in this 300-mile thick shell. The original writer who was handed all this material likened it to an eggshell. You break open each end with the pencil and take out the yolk and the white of the egg, and you have a perfect representation of the earth. If Earth is hollow, then Mars is hollow, and the moon is hollow, and they're all hollow. The sun is hollow. I can't imagine why one would be solid and the rest hollow, or one hollow and all the rest solid. If one is hollow, then they're all hollow. And I have read that. I have also read that when the moon was hit, they hit it with some sort of a weapon, and it rang like a bell, and they said it was hollow. I have read that the moon was towed here from another star system, and that it's used as a spaceship in disguise as a moon. So we have a compass that is pressing hard against the glass, whatever that means. In response to my surprise, my father said, "I have heard of this before. It is what they call the dipping of the needle." We loosened the compass and turned it at right angles with the surface of the sea before its point would free itself from the glass and point according to unmolested attraction. It shifted uneasily and seemed as unsteady as a drunken man, but finally pointed a course. Well, you know, a little diagram would have really helped here, and he didn't provide it. I don't use a compass every day, and neither does the average reader, but he does, and he knows exactly what he's talking about, but it's not coming across for me. How about you? Last paragraph on this card. Before this, we thought the wind was carrying us north by northwest. But with the needle free, we discovered, if it could be relied upon, that we were sailing slightly north by northeast. Our course, however, was ever tending northward, footnote 12. In Volume 2, pages 18 and 19, Nansen writes about the inclination of the needle. Speaking of Jansen, his aide, quote, "One day, it was November 24th. He came in to supper a little after 6 o'clock, quite alarmed, and said, quote, 'There has just been a singular inclination of the needle in 24 degrees. and remarkably enough, its northern extremity pointed to the east. We again find in Peary's First Voyage, page 67, the following, quote, "It had been observed that from the moment they had entered Lancaster Sound, the motion of the compass needle was very sluggish, and both this and its deviation increased as they progressed to the westward, and continued to do so in descending this inlet. Having reached latitude 73 degrees, they witnessed for the first time the curious phenomenon of the directive power of the needle becoming so weak as to be completely overcome by the attraction of the ship, so that the needle might not be said to point to the north pole of the ship." Unquote. The sea was serenely smooth, with hardly a choppy wave, and the wind brisk and exhilarating. The sun's rays, while striking us aslant, furnished tranquil warmth, and thus time wore on day after day, and we found from the record in our logbook we had been sailing 11 days since the storm in the open sea. By strictest economy, our food was holding out fairly well, but beginning to run low. In the meantime, one of our casks of water had been exhausted, and my father said, "We'll fill it again." But to our dismay, we found the water now as salt as the region of the Lofoten Islands off the coast of Norway. This necessitated our being extremely careful of the remaining cask. Well, does anybody have any explanations as to why the water became salty again? If so, maybe you could explain why the water was fresh a short time ago. I found myself wanting sleep much of the time. Whether it was the effect of the exciting experience of sailing in unknown waters or the relaxation from the awful excitement incident to our adventure in a storm at sea, or due to want of food, I could not say. I frequently lay down on the bunker of our little sloop and looked far up into the blue dome of the sky, and notwithstanding the sun was shining far away in the east, I always saw a single star overhead. For several days, when I looked for this star, it was always there directly above us. It was now, according to our recollection, about the 1st of August. The sun was high in the heavens, and was so bright that I could no longer see the one lone star that attracted my attention a few days earlier. One day, about this time, my father startled me by calling my attention to a novel sight far in front of us, almost at the horizon. "It is a mock sun," exclaimed my father. "I have read of them. It is called a reflection or mirage. It will soon pass away." I don't think so. But this dull red false sun, as we supposed it to be, did not pass away for several hours. And while we were unconscious of its emitting any rays of light, still there was no time thereafter when we could not sweep the horizon in front and locate the illumination of the so-called false sun during a period of at least 12 hours out of every 24. Clouds and mists would at times almost but never entirely hide its location. Gradually it seemed to climb higher in the horizon of the uncertain purple sky as we advanced. It could hardly be said to resemble the sun except in its circular shape, and when not obscured by clouds or ocean mists, it had a hazy red, bronzed appearance, which would change to a white-like luminous cloud, as if reflecting some greater light beyond. We finally agreed in our discussion of this smoky, furnace-colored sun that whatever the cause of the phenomena, it was not a reflection of our sun, but a planet of some sort, a reality. Footnote 13. I want to take this opportunity to show you the full picture on the left, because as we've been reading through this, we have only been able to see parts of it. So here is the full picture. Now we'll proceed to the next card. Nansen on page 394 says, quote, "Today another noteworthy thing happened, which was that about midday we saw the sun, or to be more correct, an image of the sun, for it was only a mirage. A peculiar impression was produced by the sight of that glowing fire lit just above the outermost edge of the ice. According to the enthusiastic descriptions given by many Arctic travelers of the first appearance of this god of life after the long winter night, the impression ought to be one of jubilant excitement, but it was not so in my case. We had not expected to see it for some days yet, so that my feeling was rather one of pain, of disappointment, that we must have drifted farther south than we thought. So it was with pleasure I soon discovered that it could not be the sun itself. The mirage was at first a flattened out glowing red streak of fire on the horizon. Later there were two streaks, the one above the other, with a dark space between. And from the main top I could see 4 or even 5 such horizontal lines directly over one another, all of equal length, as if one could only imagine a square, dull red sun, with horizontal dark streaks across it." Unquote. One day soon after this I felt exceedingly drowsy and fell into a sound sleep. But it seemed that I was almost immediately aroused by my father's vigorous shaking of me by the shoulder and saying, "Olaf, awaken, there is land in sight." I sprang to my feet and, oh, joy unspeakable! There, far in the distance, yet directly in our path, were lands jutting boldly into the sea. The shoreline stretched far away to the right of us, as far as the eye could see. And all along the sandy beach were waves breaking into choppy foam, receding, then going forward again, ever chanting in monotonous thunder tones the song of the deep. The banks were covered with trees and vegetation. I cannot express my feeling of exultation at this discovery. My father stood motionless, with his hand on the tiller, looking straight ahead, pouring out his heart in thankful prayer and thanksgiving to the gods Odin and Thor. This is what all religious people do. Every time there is some good fortune in their lives, they want to attribute it to Odin and Thor. And a Christian can look at this and say, they are nuts. But Christians are equally nuts. Next paragraph. In the meantime, a net, which we found in the stowage, had been cast, and we caught a few fish that materially added to our dwindling stock of provisions. Makes me wonder, you can't catch fish in the open sea? They're only associated with land? Next paragraph. The compass, which we had fastened back in its place, in fear of another storm, was still pointing due north, and moving on its pivot just as it had in Stockholm. The dipping of the needle had stopped. What could this mean? Then, too, our many days of sailing had certainly carried us far past the North Pole. And yet the needle continued to point north. We were sorely perplexed, for surely our direction was now south. Footnote 14. Peary's Voyage, pages 69 and 70 says, quote, "On reaching Sir Biam Martin's Island, the nearest to Melville Island, the latitude of the place of observation was 75 degrees, 9 minutes, 23 seconds, and the longitude 103 degrees, 44 minutes, 37 seconds. The dip of the magnetic needle of 88 degrees, 25 minutes, 58 seconds west, in the longitude of 91 degrees, 48 minutes, where the last observations on the shore had been made to 165 degrees, 50 minutes, 9 seconds east at their present station, so that we had," says Peary, "in sailing over the space included between these two meridians, crossed immediately northward of the magnetic pole, and had undoubtedly passed over one of those spots upon the globe where the needle would have been found to vary 180 degrees, or in other words, where the North Pole would have pointed to the south." Unquote. So somebody who is relying on the compass is bewildered in this region where the North Pole is not reached, but instead one goes to the interior of the earth. And the viewer has to be wondering why they want to keep this a secret. It must have to do with control and a place where people could actually escape the tyranny, because there is no place you can go to live forever without getting permission and periodically renewing that permission to stay there. They have the whole globe tied up. You have to have permission to be anywhere. This is our planet, not their planet. Yet they have all the controls. Now there's a hole in the earth at the North Pole, and you can go inside and be free, finally. No passport required, no driver's license, no hunting license, no fishing license, no property taxes. It's a completely different world. To some, it might mean freedom. They sail upon this new land, and I'll bet you they put their foot on it without anybody putting their finger up their ass, like the TSA does. Without the humiliation, without checkpoints like some Nazi country, without showing your papers like some Nazi citizen. And if they put their foot on that soil and they are free, and there's nobody there to ask them how much money they're bringing, they want control of the money. They want to know your private business. They want to know if you're escaping the IRS mafia. And I take all of this offensively, because all of it means that we are slaves. So that's why they cover up the hole at the North and South Pole. They don't want us to know that we could be free. We sailed for 3 days along the shoreline, then came to the mouth of a fjord or river of immense size. It seemed like a great bay, and into this we turned our fishing craft, the direction being slightly northeast of south. But the assistance of a fretful wind that came to our aid about 12 hours out of every 24, we continued to make our way inland into what afterward proved to be a mighty river, and which we learned was called by the inhabitants Hiddekel. He hasn't told us anything about the temperature, and I'm very curious to know if it's milder. I want to know if there are any icebergs or chunks of ice in the water. If they're in a river, they should have water by now. It should be fresh water. Where are the winds coming from? How does the inside world affect the outside world as far as winds? Is the air moving between the two? An expansion of air on the outside, because of a varying sun, would affect the air on the inside with expansion and contraction. If every point is the same distance from the sun because of the spherical nature, and it shines 24/7, what affects the air to make wind? Is it moisture in the air that would cause this light to have less effect when the sun is blocked, this inner sun? In the 1800s, how did he know that this interior sun was electricity? Was that something that he used to refer to the sun after electricity was being used all over the planet? How did he communicate with these inhabitants in order to know that they called it Hiddekel? Did he have no contact at the time of this venture into the river, the mighty river, and then later, after 2 years of staying in the interior of the earth and meeting the inhabitants, how did he communicate with them if he didn't speak their language? He said their language was strange. Was there any telepathic communication? We continued our journey for 10 days thereafter, and found we had fortunately attained a distance inland where ocean tides no longer affected the water, which had become fresh. The discovery came none too soon, for our remaining cask of water was well nigh exhausted. We lost no time in replenishing our casks, and continued to sail farther up the river when the wind was favorable. You wonder about bacteria in the water. When you go to a different land, the bacteria is different, and it sometimes makes people sick. What about disease? When you dip your cask into the water, are you picking up some protozoa which could cause something like malaria? I raise questions because anytime you endeavor anything, you should be coming up with questions, because if you want to fully understand anything, you have to ask thousands of questions. And if it has anything to do with money, the questions are vitally important, because questions will save you from making mistakes. Let's go to the next card. Along the banks, great forests, miles in extent, could be seen stretching away on the shoreline. This guy needs to buy a comma. The trees were of enormous size. We landed after anchoring near a sandy beach and waded ashore, and were rewarded by finding a quantity of nuts that were very palatable and satisfying to hunger, and a welcome change from the monotony of our stock of provisions, which, I might add, were probably fish. How did they cook the fish? That is unknown at this point. Did they cook the fish is another good question. Are there some fish that are better eaten raw? Is this why he lived to be in his 90s and was coherent the entire time? What kind of nutritional deprivations does one suffer? What kind of nuts were they? What kind of nutritions were there in those nuts? The Brazilian nuts are high in selenium. Selenium is an important nutrient or element. It is an element on the periodic table. You can look up the benefits of selenium. I won't get into it here. But I have curiosity about nuts because I know about selenium and the benefits. Next paragraph. It was about the 1st of September, over 5 months we calculated since our leave-taking from Stockholm. Suddenly, we were frightened almost out of our wits by hearing in the far distance the singing of people. Now, why would that scare him? Very soon thereafter, we discovered a huge ship gliding down the river directly toward us. Those aboard were singing in one mighty chorus that, echoing from bank to bank, sounded like 1,000 voices, filling the whole universe with quivering melody. The accompaniment was played on stringed instruments not unlike our harps. It was a larger ship than we had ever seen, and was differently constructed. Footnote 15. Asiatic Mythology, page 240, Paradise Found. From translation by Sayce, in a book called Records of the Past, we were told of a dwelling which the gods created for the first human beings, a dwelling in which they became great and increased in numbers, and the location of which is described in words exactly corresponding to those Iranian, Indian, Chinese, Eddaic, and Aztecan literature, namely, in the center of the earth, Warren. Well, I have read that there are tunnels, and one of them is located in Shasta, California, and that if you go down into the earth, you will pop out the other side in the land of Agartha. Is it true? I have no idea. But the more you read, the more information you pull in. and you develop a vast library of tales, testimonies. And these are testimonies that below the mountain there's a passageway to the center of the earth, which is only 300 miles away, right? That's the distance from Los Angeles to Phoenix. So if you're willing to travel that distance, you can be on the other side. How about that? Where is it? I have no idea. I just know Shasta, California. And I think there are others. Who dug these tunnels to give access to both worlds? I don't know. How long have they been there? A long time. Could they be alien formed or constructed? I don't know. Are there great rivers that used to pass from one side to the other through this shell, as it was described earlier? If there is such a passageway and there is no passport required, would you go to the other side just to see what it's like? What is the temperature like on the other side of California? Is it like California? Is it warmer? Is it colder? Are you going to pop out on the other side on land? You have a 75% chance because it's 3/4 land on that side. Did whoever created these tunnels do it intentionally so you'd pop out on land and not under an ocean? Are there some places where you pass from our side to their side and in the middle there's an ocean? And the gravity, remember, the gravity is centered in between the shell, about 150 miles in. So do you get to a point of 150 miles and then see a wall of water? How does it work? If this is a lighted path and your light goes out, how dreadful to be stuck 150 miles down or toward the center of the earth and your light goes out. There's another problem. As you go deeper into the earth gets hotter. So what kind of temperatures do you experience halfway? Is it 5,000 degrees? If so, you might have to turn back. Next paragraph. At this particular time our sloop was becalmed and not far from the shore. The bank of the river, covered with mammoth trees, rose up several hundred feet in beautiful fashion. We seemed to be on the edge of some primeval forest that doubtless stretched far inland. The story now takes a turn because they're going to meet the inhabitants of this inner world. And so I want to show you the big picture, the complete picture, that is. And you will notice that these men are about twice as tall, about 12 feet high. 3 of them are wearing some sort of cap, which is a strange cap. They all have facial hair. One of them is not wearing a cap. They're gentle, friendly, and curious. At the bottom of the picture, we can see the cask. I don't know how that cask is secured, but I notice that the outer earth people are wearing tall boots, and the inner earth people are wearing very flimsy sandals. Their shin bone is bare. They appear to be wearing something like knickers. The sandals have some sort of medallion on them. I wonder what the material is. Are they animal hides? What protects the feet? Is there something impenetrable? In the top part of the picture, you notice that one of them is clearly wearing a belt, and they probably are all wearing belts. Their faces do not look like any country other than Afghanistan, Turkey. They have long faces. Are these people from Atlantis? Are they the descendants of Atlantis? What makes them so tall, and why do they live several hundred years? I ask these questions so that you do more thinking about the picture and focus more on the details. Look at the artistic design on the chest of the man in red to the far right. Each of them has artwork in their clothing. This clothing is very flimsy and does not appear to be iceberg country. The writer spoke of a tall forest, and in the background we see hints of a forest, trees, evergreens. Let's read the paragraph and see what it says. The immense craft paused, and almost immediately a boat was lowered, and 6 men of gigantic stature rowed to our little fishing sloop. They spoke to us in a strange language. And that sentence is the caption at the bottom of the picture. They spoke to us in a strange language. We knew from their manner, however, that they were not unfriendly. Now he puts that in the double negative. They were not unfriendly. Why didn't he just say they were friendly? Because they weren't. They were not unfriendly. They talked a great deal among themselves, and one of them laughed immoderately, as though finding us a queer discovery had been made. One of them spied our compass, and it seemed to interest them more than any other part of our sloop. Well, that makes you wonder, but the author has not told us why that's important. They must use something more advanced, and they're studying a relic of the past, a relic of the outer world, and that's interesting to them. Finally, the leader motioned as if to ask whether we were willing to leave our craft to go on board their ship. "What can you say, my son?" asked my father. "They cannot do any more than kill us." "They seem to be quite disposed," I replied. "Although what terrible giants! They must be the select 6 of the kingdom's crack regiment. Just look at their great size." The father is so funny. He says, "We may as well go willingly as be taken by force," said my father, smiling, "for they are certainly able to capture us." That is very funny. Thereupon he made known by signs that we were ready to accompany them. Within a few minutes we were on board the ship, and half an hour later our little fishing craft had been lifted bodily out of the water by a strange sort of hook and tackle and set on board as a curiosity. I don't remember that when I read this book before. So they have an advanced technology like the Atlanteans. Fascinating story. The story gets very weird now. There were several hundred people on board this, to us, mammoth ship, which we discovered was called the Naz, meaning, as we afterward learned, pleasure. Or to give a more proper interpretation, pleasure excursion ship. If my father and I were curiously observed by the ship's occupants, this strange race of giants offered us an equal amount of wonderment. That is a very funny sentence. Well, imagine meeting a people that stood half as tall as you stand, and they have a boat and no technology, and you use a block and tackle to bring their boat aboard. They wouldn't understand that tool, that instrument which can lift far more than we can. The next paragraph, "There was not a single man aboard who would not have measured fully 12 feet in height. They all wore full beards, not particularly long, but seemingly short-cropped. Was that natural, or did they shave it or cut it, trim it to that length? I think it's more natural for a man to wear a beard, because he grows facial hair. The idea of cutting it off every day is not the norm. Certainly, we don't look like our ancestors by shaving off our beards, so they go natural. They had mild and beautiful faces, exceedingly fair, with ruddy complexions." I don't know what ruddy means. Red cheeks? "The hair and beard of some were black, others sandy, and still others yellow." So we have a variety of genetics here. Black beards, sandy color, and yellow. What's the difference between sandy and yellow? The captain, as we designated, the dignitary in command of the great vessel, was fully a head taller than any of his companions. Now, that's kind of primitive to select the tallest guy as the boss. The women, I'm glad to hear that there were women on the boat. The women averaged from 10 to 11 feet in height, so they're shorter. That's genetically similar to us. Their features were especially regular and refined, while their complexion was of a most delicate tint, heightened by a healthy glow. And there's a footnote, and I think that footnote would be very interesting to see what he has to say about the healthful glow. According to all procurable data, that spot at the era of man's appearance upon the stage was the now lost Miocene continent, which then surrounded the Arctic pole. Well, I had a question earlier. When there's a pole shift, does the whole move? And if so, what happens to the land that's there? Now we hear about the Miocene continent, which was lost somehow. And it surrounded the Arctic pole. There's a clue. Did that Miocene continent move inside the Earth? Those are the questions I have with the first sentence. Now let's consider the second. That in that true original Eden, some of the early generations of men attained to a stature and longevity unequaled in any countries known to post-Diluvian history is by no means scientifically incredible. Unquote. William F. Warren, Paradise Found, page 284. I didn't know there were writers who wrote about the inner world, but we were told that William F. Warren stubbed his toe, coming very close to the truth. Do you remember that? And now he seems to have ventured to the inner world. And he's talking about people who attained a stature and longevity unequaled in any countries known to post-Diluvian history. And he says that this is scientifically credible. He says it in the double negative again. By no means scientifically incredible. That's a double negative. It doesn't mean the same as it is scientifically credible. He didn't go that far. He said it is by no means scientifically incredible. Both men and women seem to possess that particular ease of manner which we deem the sign of good breeding, and notwithstanding their huge statures, there was nothing about them suggesting awkwardness. As I was a lad in only my 19th year, I was doubtless looked upon as a true Tom Thumb. My father's 6'3" did not lift the top of his head above the waistline of these people. In the photo, they look to be just barely above the knee, and not as high as the waist. Each seemed to vie with the others in extending courtesies and showing kindness to us, but all laughed heartily, I remember, when they had to improvise chairs for my father and myself to sit at the table. They were richly attired in a costume peculiar to themselves, and very attractive. I am dying to know where this costume they're talking about traces back to. Does it trace back to Atlantis? Because it looks kind of Turkish to me. There is a Turkish community that's 12,000 years old. It's called Göbekli Tepe, and it is a fascinating place. I want to do a video about it to bring awareness of this ancient city that traces back farther than we thought we traced back. We didn't know there were civilizations 12,000 years ago, but I think Atlantis dates back at least 12,000 years ago. The men were clothed in handsomely embroidered tunics of silk and satin and belted at the waist. Now we saw all of this in the photos and remarked about it. They wore knee breeches and stockings of a fine texture, while their feet were encased in sandals adorned with gold buckles. Okay, that explains what the medallions are. We early discovered that gold was one of the most common metals known, and that it was used extensively in decoration. I think he leaves with a lot of gold in his boat. You see, gold is not scarce. And if you want to hold the value, you have to have scarcity. Without scarcity, the value goes to zero. And so with gold everywhere, you can be sure that gold was not money. It was just a pretty metal that was used to adorn the sandals on the feet and the gold buckles at the waist. Next paragraph. Strange as it may seem, neither my father nor myself felt the least bit of solicitude for our safety. We have come into our own, my father said to me. This is the fulfillment of the tradition told me by my father and my father's father, and still back for many generations of our race. This is assuredly the land beyond the north wind. So many have written about it, few have gone there, and I'm aware of no law, forbidding us to enter this wonderful land. And I think keeping it a secret from us is wrong. It's one more sign that we are slaves and that we're not allowed to even know about a land where we might be free. Next paragraph. We seemed to make such an impression on the party that we were given specially into the charge of one of the men, Jules Galdea, and his wife, for the purpose of being educated in their language, as we on our part were just as eager to learn as they were to instruct. All right, so now we know that he learned their language. But what puzzles me is this name, Jules Galdea. Why is that so similar to our own names? At the captain's command, the vessel was swung cleverly about and began retracing its course up the river. The machinery, while noiseless, was very powerful. That is fascinating. I want to know everything about that engine. The machinery, while noiseless, was very powerful. The banks and trees on either side seemed to rush by. The ship's speed at times surpassed that of any railroad train on which I have ever ridden. Even here in America, it was wonderful. Now you can see that he is writing this as an old man, reflecting back, and that's why he uses the term electricity. If he was born in the 1830s, by the 1850s he's 19 years old. They may have had the telegraph and it might have worked on electricity, but they certainly did not have incandescent bulbs until Edison and his team tested many, many filaments, 1,500 at least, to find carbon as the one that works best. So he's on a ship that moves with swift speed, much faster than any railroad train he had ever ridden, even in America. In the meantime, we had lost sight of the sun's rays, but we found a radiance within, emanating from the dull red sun, which had already attracted our attention, now giving out a white light, seemingly from a cloud bank far away in front of us. It dispensed a greater light, I should say, than 2 full moons on the clearest night. Wow. So in other words, it wasn't as bright as the sun. Now, what I don't understand is why did the red beam turn into a white beam? He says it's because it passed through clouds, a cloud bank, and he has now lost sight of the outside sun. When you think about the possibilities of all the planets in the universe being hollow, there is life then possible on planets that are way too cold on the outside. On the inside, they could have a warm glow from a sun and a tropical climate inside. Even a planet as far away as Neptune could be hollow inside, and that is an enormous planet. And so how many people could live inside Neptune? If we have 7.3, would they have 700 billion people? Possible. Reading a book like this causes one to think. And if you're raising questions, you're healthy. Next paragraph. In 12 hours, this cloud of whiteness would pass out of sight as if eclipsed, and the 12 hours following corresponded with our night. We early learned that these strange people were worshippers of this great cloud of night. It was the Smoky God of the inner world. Hence the title, but the fact that they are religious bothers me. They worship this cloud of light. Does that sound kooky to you? This is part of us. We're probably never going to get rid of it. And it doesn't matter if the people look exactly like us, only they're twice as tall and live much longer, or it's the outside world people who die in 70 years. We're all addicted to religion. They worshipped this great cloud of night. It was the Smoky God of the inner world. The ship was equipped with a mode of illumination, which I now presume was electricity. You see, he's looking back. When he was a young man, he did not understand electricity. And now that he's older and he's experienced electricity in America, he says he now presumes that it was electricity. I doubt it. They probably have some other way to excite the atoms and give off brightness. Maybe something like an LED. Who knows what science they have? They have a noiseless but powerful engine in a yacht or a large boat, which is able to take their entire sloop up into its boat. But neither my father nor myself were sufficiently skilled in mechanics to understand whence came the power to operate the ship, or to maintain the soft, beautiful lights that answered the same purpose of our present methods of lighting the streets of our cities, our houses, and places of worship, places of business. It's funny that he didn't say places of worship. His father is brainwashing him to believe in Odin and Thor. He arrives on the inner earth, and their strange people speak a strange language. They wear strange clothing. Gold is everywhere. And what do? They worship the Smoky God. And so we're not completely different. Yet the boy doesn't seem to be too religious, at least not as bad as the father. But why he left out places of worship astounds me. Next paragraph. It must be remembered the time of which I write was the autumn of 1829. So I was off by 20 years. It's not 1850, it's 1829. And we of the outside surface of the earth knew nothing then, so to speak, of electricity. Finally, he says it in a paragraph. This is utterly fascinating. The electrically surcharged condition of the air was a constant vitalizer. I never felt better in my life than during the 2 years my father and I sojourned on the inside of the earth. Wouldn't you love to be there for a couple of years? I think this is a place where old people should go to retire. To resume my narrative of events, the ship on which we were sailing came to a stop 2 days after we had been taken on board. You know, when they took them on board, they didn't tell them they were going to take their ship on board too, and that they were going to be moving with them for days. This kind of surprises me. My father said as nearly as he could judge, we were directly under Stockholm or London. The city we had reached was called Jehu, signifying a seaport town. The houses were large and beautifully constructed and quite uniform in appearance, yet without sameness. The principal occupation of the people appeared to be agriculture. That's comforting. The hillsides were covered with vineyards, while the valleys were devoted to the growing of grain. Sounds wonderful. I never saw such a display of gold. It was everywhere. I remember that from reading this book the first time. The door casings were inlaid, and the tables were veneered with sheetings of gold. Domes of the public buildings were of gold. It was used most generously in the finishings of the great temples of music. What is a temple of music? Is that a concert hall? Probably. If you think about gold, it can be hammered to a thickness of 1 atom. And when they do that and put it over something, it's called gold leaf. I think as a metal, gold is very nice. But I wonder how they were able to extract the gold out of the ground. I would think that gold, being very heavy, would move toward the lowest depths of their earth. Now, their earth is in the opposite direction of our earth. Our earth is toward the center, and theirs is away from the center. And so if you have 300 miles of earth, you have a lot of room for gold. And that's why I don't think gold is going to be as scarce in the future as it is today. They're using satellites to find it. They're even talking about mining gold from asteroids. And all these people who think that gold is where they want their money, the confiscations are scary enough. They've confiscated gold twice, once under FDR and once under Lincoln. Will they confiscate it again? Well, the same conditions prevail. They were counterfeiting the gold certificates in 1933, and they had printed more of them than there was gold in the entire world. It was only something like 16,000 tons of gold in the entire world at that time. Today, China has 20,000 tons of gold, and so does Russia. And so when you go to a great temple of music in the inner world, that's where you'll find the most gold used in construction. Imagine a roof that's made of a thin layer of gold. That roof would last 1,000,000 years. Gold is not going to deteriorate in the sunlight. It's not going to weather. It's not going to oxidize, corrode. It is just a great material, and you wouldn't need a whole lot of it because it can be hammered to a thickness of 1 atom. So no matter what you cover, it would block the sun's rays and it would last much longer, maybe forever. Next paragraph. Vegetation grew in lavish exuberance. And fruits, I remember reading that the grapes were as big as an apple. Let's continue. And fruits of all kinds possessed the most delicate flavor. Clusters of grapes 4 and 5 feet in length, each grape as large as an orange, and apples larger than a man's head, typified the wonderful growth of all things on the inside of the earth. Clusters of grapes 4 and 5 feet in length, and each grape the size of an orange, possessing the most delicate flavor. So they achieved large size, they achieved superb flavor. Are you intrigued? Do you want to go there? Now, I've been to the redwood trees in California, and they are monsters, especially the one called Sherman, which inspired Charles Wilbur of Crane Hill, Alabama, to grow record tomatoes. He obtained 1,368 pounds from 4 plants, which averages 342 pounds of tomatoes from each plant. And the USDA says that we get an average of 10 to 15 pounds, and he got 342 pounds, not once, but 4 times. The great redwood trees of California would be considered mere underbrush compared with the giant forest trees extending for miles and miles in all directions. In many directions along the foothills of the mountains, vast herds of cattle were seen during the last day of our travel on the river. Are they murdering these animals for food? He didn't say. Vast herds of cattle. What about predators? Do they have the big cats to kill the big cattle? Were the cattle larger than normal? Were the cats larger than normal? Would the cats kill a cattle, or do they have some other way to feed the big cats, if there are any? These are the questions that occur to me. I consider the question a great tool in conjunction with reading for stimulating the mind and the intellect. If you can raise 10 or 20 questions when you read a paragraph, it shows that you're thinking and you're going way beyond the material. The purpose of reading is to stimulate the mind and to add knowledge, but more importantly, to add questions about that knowledge so that you can reach out farther. And when you make the discovery of the answers to your questions, they fit like a piece to a puzzle. Let's continue. We heard much of a city called Eden, but were kept at Jehu for an entire year. When these guys go out sailing, that is their life. Several months could pass. It's not a problem. Here, an entire year passed in one city. By the end of that time, we had learned to speak fairly well the language of this strange race of people. Our instructors, Jules Galdea and his wife, exhibited a patience that was truly commendable. One day an envoy from the ruler at Eden came to see us, and for 2 whole days my father and myself were put through a series of surprising questions. They wished to know from whence we came, what sort of people dwelt without what God we worshipped, our religious beliefs, the mode of living in our strange land, and 1,000 other things. So they are as ignorant as we are? They're as ignorant about us as we are about them? Certainly you will find that they think that we are heathens because we don't believe in their Smoky God. I don't see anything here that indicates that Olaf Jansen and his father felt any prejudice to them because they didn't believe in Odin and Thor. But disputes over religion have caused the deaths of more people than any other reason except perhaps greed and the acquisition of more land and wealth, or to enslave another population of people. To me, it's wrong. Greed is wrong. If we work together, there is plenty. Notice that their primary occupation is agriculture. And what is agriculture? It's a seed that cost 1 cent for 18 of them. I'm talking about the beefsteak tomato purchased from Mountain Valley Seeds in Utah. 40,000 seeds for $15.80 as of today, September 11th, 2015. There's a shipping charge when you get through. It's about 18 seeds for a penny. And in 1 month, each of those seeds can be worth $1 as a 4-inch plant and will produce $20 each when each tomato plant produces 10 to 15 pounds of tomatoes each. That's 180,000% growth in your money. And so what I say is we need to get back to agriculture in America, and we need to be the leader there because this is where the big money comes from. You can take all other industries and their ability to produce wealth, and they don't even come close to seeds. Seeds is where virtually all wealth comes from. And so when I read that these people were into agriculture, to me, it made perfect sense. Because as a mathematician, I look at the growth rates of everything. I never found anything that grows money faster than seeds. When you have fruit in your hands, like a tomato, it's a berry. The tomato is in the berry family. It was classified as a vegetable by the Supreme Court because they wanted to tax it. They mislabeled it as a vegetable in order to tax it. They don't care about the botany. They want to tax it. And this is wrong. Science is not about taxing. It's about phylogeny. The tomato is a berry. It's related to other berries. And they are all fruits. And when you hold one in your hand, it has value. You can eat it, and it becomes beneficial to you. You can sell it to someone and it becomes beneficial to them. They will swap their gold or their paper fiat for the tomato because they need it. And so I think everybody should be growing things in any space they have in the backyard or in the basement or in the attic or near a wall. They should be growing things. Our country could double the GDP if everybody planted $1's worth of seeds right now. By the end of the year, we would have twice as much GDP. That is a significant improvement. And with an abundance of food, the price comes down, and people can afford to buy more food and eat better. This is good for the people. But we don't have any leaders saying this. The only thing leaders know is tax and spend. Make laws to confine what we can do, but make no laws to limit their behavior. So they're living in Jehu. An envoy from the ruler at Eden comes to see them, and he wants to know about their religion. Doesn't come to find out about their science, their culture, it's their religion. Now in the next paragraph, the compass which we had brought with us attracted especial attention. I think that word is special, not especial. Maybe it is especial. We don't use it this way, but it is correct. We always say especially, but you can also say especial. So the compass is attracting especial attention. My father and I commented between ourselves on the fact that the compass still pointed north, although we now knew that we had sailed over the curve of the edge of the Earth's aperture and were far along southward on the inside surface of the Earth's crust, which according to my father's estimate and my own is about 300 miles in thickness from the inside to the outside surface. Relatively speaking, it is no thicker than an eggshell, so that there is almost as much surface on the inside as on the outside of the Earth. But whereas the outside surface is 3/4 water, it's about 70% water, 30% land. On the inside, it's 3/4 land and only 1/4 water. And because it's 3/4 land, you find rivers with more volume of water than the Amazon and the Mississippi combined. Why does the Mississippi flow from Ohio and Illinois and Indiana down to the Gulf of Mexico? The North Pole was located over Wisconsin at one time, and when the snow melted, it formed the Great Lakes. The snow right now in Antarctica is 2 miles thick Now that is a tremendous amount of water, and it would be pushing down the whole continent as the snow piles up. When this snow melts, that continent springs up, and that's what's happening to New York. The glaciers scraped all the soil off, and you have just solid rock. It's bedrock, but it's rising as the water evaporates from the Great Lakes. And so with this land rising, it has a higher altitude than the altitude in Louisiana. And so all the water flows through the rivers down to the Gulf of Mexico. I came up with that theory by piecing together facts. The fact is that glaciers scraped all the dirt off New York. The fact is the land is rising because the glaciers are gone, and the weight is gone. And the fact is all of those rivers from New York to Chicago collect rainwater, and being a higher elevation, they flow south to the lower elevation. And so you have a whole lot of soil picked up from the Midwest and the East, and it's being carried by rivers and other tributaries down to the Gulf of Mexico. And so you have land being created or deposited there at the delta. Now he's going to talk about the sun on the inside of the earth. The great luminous cloud or ball of dull red fire, fiery red in the mornings and evenings, and during the day giving off a beautiful white light, the Smoky God, is seemingly suspended in the center of the great vacuum within the earth and is held to its place by the immutable law of gravitation, or a repellent atmospheric force, as the case may be. I don't know what that means. It makes sense that it would be held into place by gravity because all around it you have gravitation. In the eggshell, at the center, about 150 miles in, is where the center of gravity is, according to this writer, Olaf Jansen. But he mentions a repellent atmospheric force, as the case may be, and I don't understand. He says, I refer to the known power that draws or repels with equal force in all directions. Now, the aliens told us that gravity is both an attractive force and a repulsive force. And the scientists tell us when they look into telescopes, they see all galaxies moving away from the others. So there is a repulsive force. Some goofy scientists said, well, imagine that this is a movie and you're watching these things move apart. If you run the film backwards, they all come together into a single point. All matter in the universe comes to be condensed into the size of a period at the end of a sentence, and I call this lunacy, that it would all come together in one place. All come together to the size of a period, yes, I agree with that. But here's the difference. Throughout the universe, you have energy being converted into mass. The aliens tell us that energy and mass are two forms of the same thing. They're convertible back and forth. Nuclear bombs convert matter into energy, tremendous amounts of energy, enough to kill 100,000 people with one blast. And that's the wrong use of this science, but that's how it's been used. As a weapon. If matter is being produced by the conversion of energy to matter, this is happening in every cubic centimeter of space in the entire universe. These tiny little particles of matter are being created, and they're clumping together because of the attractive force, and when they form a galaxy, or they form first planets and suns and so on, and you have enough of those, you have a galaxy, and the galaxies themselves repel each other. And so they're all moving apart. So if you run the film backward, you do not wind up with one single place. You wind up with an infinite number of places where that entire galaxy traces back to a single point, but not one single point, many single points everywhere. That's my theory, and the Big Bang Theory is laughable. It's silliness. In the last paragraph, he said that the sun was fiery red in the mornings. How could you have mornings if the sun shines 24/7? Did the viewer notice that he said in the mornings? Next paragraph. The base of this electrical cloud or central luminary, the seat of the gods, is dark and non-transparent, save for innumerable small openings, seemingly in the bottom of the great support or altar of the deity, upon which the Smoky God rests. Did you understand that? And the lights shining through these many openings twinkle at night in all their splendor, and seem to be stars as natural as the stars we saw shining when in our home in Stockholm, except that they appear larger. That is totally screwy. So you have day and night on the interior of the earth? He says, the Smoky God, therefore, with each daily revolution of the earth, appears to come up in the east and go down in the west, the same as does our sun on the external surface. In reality, the people within believe that the Smoky God is the throne of their Jehovah and is stationary. The effect of night and day is therefore produced by the earth's daily rotation. Regarding language, he says, I have since discovered that the language of the people of the inner world is much like the Sanskrit. Well, the Sanskrit is the parent language of many languages today. And so that means that these people trace back to those that spoke Sanskrit. And that seems to suggest that they are descendants of Atlantis. But I don't know. I have more questions than answers, and you do also, if you're thinking. When you follow anybody's work, like a writer who's writing a book, your mind wants to go in one direction and the author takes you in another direction. I want to know more about the sun and why there's a day and night. I don't remember any of that from the first reading, and now with this reading I have a different mind, more experience, more wisdom, more curiosity perhaps, more questions. You develop your mind to raise questions, and that is the essence of intellect. But instead of telling us more about the science inside the earth, he wants to talk to us about government. As we had given an account of ourselves to the emissaries from the central seat of government of the inner continent, and my father had in his crude way drawn maps at their request of the outside surface of the earth, showing the divisions of land and water, and giving the name of each of the continents, large islands, and the oceans, we were taken overland to the city of Eden in a conveyance different from anything we have in Europe or America. This vehicle was doubtless some electrical contrivance. It was noiseless and ran on a single iron rail in perfect balance. So they had gyroscopes? How come they don't know anything about our exterior world? Don't they venture out with their craft? Admiral Byrd says they have flying craft. Did they have flying craft in 1829? How fast did this single iron rail transportation vehicle travel? The trip was made at a very high rate of speed. We were carried up hills and down dales, across valleys and again along the sides of steep mountains, without any apparent attempt having been made to level the earth as we do for railroad tracks. So it wasn't necessary to level the ground. They just put their tracks right over the ground. The car seats were huge yet comfortable affairs, and were very high above the floor of the car. On the top of each car were high-geared flywheels lying on their sides. Those are probably gyroscopes, which were so automatically adjusted that as the speed of the car increased, the high speed of these flywheels geometrically increased. I think that a flywheel in this case has to be a gyroscope. That's my guess. Jules Galdea explained to us that these revolving fan-like wheels on top of the cars destroyed atmospheric pressure, or what is generally understood by the term gravitation, and with this force thus destroyed or rendered negatory, the car is as safe from falling to one side or the other from the single rail track as if it were in a vacuum. The flywheels in their rapid revolutions destroying effectively the so-called power of gravitation, or the force of atmospheric pressure, or whatever potent influence it may be that causes all unsupported things to fall downward to the Earth's surface or to the nearest point of resistance. That is a fantastic paragraph. So these flywheels are not gyroscopes. They reduce atmospheric pressure, and that removes gravitation. So our understanding of gravitation is wrong, and if you remove the atmospheric pressure, you have no gravity. Well, that is certainly true in space. If you get above the atmosphere, you very quickly become weightless. The aliens tell us that our understanding of gravity is all wrong. Is the moon repelled by a repulsive force, or is it held into position by an attractive force? The surprise of my father and myself was indescribable when, amid the regal magnificence of a spacious hall, we were finally brought before the great high priest, ruler over all the land. He was richly robed, and much taller than those about him, and could not have been less than 14 or 15 feet high. The immense room in which we were received seemed finished in solid slabs of gold, thickly studded with jewels of amazing brilliancy. It's now time to show you the picture in complete form, because as I'm reading this, it's all chopped up. On the right appears to be a solid slab of gold, and we can see what looks like a ruby and other jewels studded into this gold. The blue circle might be sapphires, or I don't know too much about gemology. The man is sitting on a throne. He wears a cap that's different than others. They have removed their caps and bowed their heads, apparently. One of them shows a bowed head. They all have facial hair, and the great priest or grand priest has a long beard. This appears to be some sort of court where the ruler is going to decide something. These two tiny little men are standing before the giant, whose throne has been elevated, looks like almost to the knee of the Father. The caption at the bottom says, "We were brought before the great high priest." So now he has a religious significance. Imagine that. Religion coming down through the ages from Atlantis and still ruling our lives. Abraham Lincoln is posed in a throne like this. He did a lot to destroy the Constitution. And the simple things that we were taught about Abraham Lincoln were pure fantasy. None of it was true, as I have figured out as I age. So I have many questions about their society. Why is the tallest man the ruler? Why not do it like we do? The man who is most capable to pillage and plunder, the most ruthless, is our leader. And then it turns out he can't lead because all he knows is pillaging and plundering. The city of Eden is located in what seems to be a beautiful valley, yet in fact it is on the loftiest mountain plateau of the inner continent, several thousand feet higher than any portion of the surrounding country. It is the most beautiful place I have ever beheld in all my travels. In this elevated garden, all manner of fruits, vines, shrubs, trees, and flowers grow in riotous profusion. I like his choice of words. In this garden, 4 rivers have their source in a mighty artesian fountain. An artesian well means that the water table is above the point at which you tap in to get water, and so the water comes out as soon as you pull out the plug. And an artesian fountain suggests that as the rain falls elsewhere, the water comes out at the fountain, if it's an artesian fountain. So what we have are 4 rivers who have their source at this mighty artesian fountain. Water flows from everywhere to this fountain, and then it starts 4 different rivers. Is that amazing? They divide and flow in 4 directions. This place is called by the inhabitants the navel of the earth, or the beginning, the cradle of the human race. The names of the rivers are the Euphrates, the Pison, the Gihon, and the Hiddekel. And there's a footnote, and the Lord God planted a garden, and out of the garden made the Lord God to grow every tree that is pleasant to the sight and good for food. That's from the book of Genesis. He's applying it here, but I'm not convinced that it was written for here. He just might have found a similarity and applied that quote. I want to go there. It sounds interesting. The unexpected awaited us in this palace of beauty in finding our little fishing craft. It had been brought before the high priest in perfect shape, just as it had been taken from the waters that day when it was loaded on board the ship by the people who discovered us on the river more than a year before. We were given an audience of over 2 hours with this great dignitary, who seemed kindly disposed and considerate. Boy, that's not like our court system. He showed himself eagerly interested, asking us numerous questions and invariably regarding things about which his emissaries had failed to inquire. At the conclusion of the interview, he inquired our pleasure, asking us whether we wished to remain in his country or if we preferred to return to the outer world, providing it were possible to make a successful return trip across the frozen belt barriers that encircle both the northern and southern openings of the earth. My father replied, "It would please me and my son to visit your country and see your people, your colleges and palaces of music and art, your great fields, your wonderful forests of timber, and after we have had this pleasurable privilege, we should like to return to our home on the outside surface of the earth. This son is my only child, and my good wife will be weary awaiting our return." And now the high priest speaks. "I fear you can never return," replied the chief high priest, "because the way is a most hazardous one. However, you shall visit the different countries with Jules Galdea as your escort, and be accorded every courtesy and kindness. Whenever you are ready to attempt a return voyage, I assure you that your boat, which is here on exhibition, shall be put in the waters of the river Hiddekel at its mouth, and we will bid you Jehovah speed." Unquote. Thus terminated our only interview with the high priest or ruler of the continent. And that's the end of part 3. We shall now proceed to part 4. Hollow Earth, Olaf Jansen's Voyage to the Inner World, Part 4. In the Underworld. We learn that the males do not marry before they are from 75 to 100 years old, and that the age at which women enter wedlock is only a little less, and that both men and women frequently live to be from 600 to 800 years old, and in some instances much older. Footnote 18. Josephus says, quote, "God prolonged the life of the patriarchs that preceded the deluge, both on account of their virtues and to give them the opportunity of perfecting their sciences of geometry and astronomy, which they had discovered, which they could not have done if they had not lived 600 years, because it is only after the lapse of 600 years that the great year is accomplished." Flammarion, Astronomical Myths, Paris, page 26. During the following year we visited many villages and towns, prominent among them being the cities of Niger, Delphi, Hectia, and my father was called upon no less than half a dozen times to go over the maps, which had been made from the rough sketches he had originally given the divisions of land and water on the outside surface of the earth. I remember hearing my father remark that the giant race of people in the land of the Smoky God had almost as accurate an idea of the geography of the outside surface of the earth as the average college professor in Stockholm. In our travels, we came to a forest of giant trees near the city of Delphi. Had the Bible said that there were trees towering over 300 feet in height and more than 30 feet in diameter, growing in the Garden of Eden, the Ingersolls, the Tom Paines, and the Voltaires would doubtless have pronounced the statement a myth. Yet this is the description of California Sequoia gigantea. But these California giants pale into insignificance when compared to the forest Goliaths found in the within continent, where abound mighty trees from 800 to 1,000 feet in height, and from 100 to 120 feet in diameter, countless in numbers, and forming forests extending hundreds of miles from the sea. The people are exceedingly musical and learned to a remarkable degree in their arts and sciences, especially geometry and astronomy. Astronomy! Their cities are equipped with vast palaces of music, where not infrequently as many as 25,000 lusty voices of this giant race swell forth in mighty choruses of the most sublime symphonies. The children are not supposed to attend institutions of learning before they are 20 years old. Then their school life begins and continues for 30 years, 10 of which are uniformly devoted by both sexes to the study of music. I think music is very soothing. It soothes my soul. Singing a song is such a release of any kind of tension, stress. I never get depressed. I never feel lonely. Their principal vocations are architecture, agriculture, horticulture, the raising of vast herds of cattle, I think they kill them, and the building of conveyances particular to that country for travel on land and water. By some device which I cannot explain, they hold communion with one another between the most distant parts of their country on air currents. I don't understand that sentence. They hold communion, air currents. Well, maybe he will explain later, but it's not enough to understand that sentence here. All buildings are erected with a special regard to strength, durability, beauty, and symmetry, and with a style of architecture vastly more attractive to the eye than any I have ever observed elsewhere. About 3/4 of the inner surface of the earth is land and about 1/4 water. There are numerous rivers of tremendous size, some flowing in a northerly direction and others southerly. Some of these rivers are 30 miles in width, and it is out of these vast waterways at the extreme northern and southern parts of the inside surface of the earth, in regions where low temperatures are experienced, that freshwater icebergs are formed. They are then pushed out to sea like huge tongues of ice by the abnormal freshets of turbulent waters that twice each year sweep everything before them. We saw innumerable specimens of bird life no larger than those encountered in the forests of Europe or America. It is well known that during the last few years, we're talking 1829, 1830, it is well known that during the last few years, whole species of birds have quit the earth. A writer in a recent article on the subject says, quote, "Almost every year sees the final extinction of one or more bird species. Out of 14 varieties of birds found a century since on a single island, the West Indian island of St. Thomas, 8 have now to be numbered among the missing." Unquote. Is it not possible that these disappearing bird species quit their habitation without and find an asylum in the within world? Whether inland, among the mountains, or along the seashore, we found bird life prolific. When they spread their great wings, some of the birds appeared to measure 30 feet from tip to tip. They are of great variety and many colors. We were permitted to climb up on the edge of a rock and examine a nest of eggs. There were 5 in the nest, each of which was at least 2 feet in length and 15 inches in diameter. Wait till he gets to the spiders and snakes. After we had been in the city of Hectia about a week, Professor Galdea, he's a professor, took us to an inlet where we saw thousands of tortoises along the sandy shore. I hesitate to state the size of these great creatures. They were 25 to 30 feet in length, from 15 to 20 feet in width, and fully 7 feet in height. When one of them projected its head, it had the appearance of some hideous sea monster. Well, the obvious question is, do these tortoises eat people? The strange conditions within are favorable not only for the vast meadows of luxuriant grasses, forests, and giant trees, and all manner of vegetable life, but wonderful animal life as well. One day we saw a great herd of elephants. There must have been 500 of these thunder-throated monsters, with their relentlessly waving trunks. They were tearing huge boughs from the trees and trampling smaller growth into dust like so much hazel brush. They would average over 100 feet in length and from 75 to 85 in height. I want to pause now and show you the picture, because the way this book is written, the pictures are broken up. Well, there's nothing to give us scale here. That looks like one of our elephants. Can you tell the difference between an Indian elephant and an African elephant? The Indian elephant ear looks like India. And this elephant's ear looks like New Jersey. No, just kidding. Oh, he's goofing off. Okay, let's continue. It seemed as I gazed upon this wonderful herd of giant elephants that I was again living in the public library at Stockholm, where I had spent much time studying the wonders of the Miocene age. I was filled with mute astonishment, and my father was speechless with awe. He held my arm with a protecting grip, as if fearful harm would overtake us. We were 2 atoms in this great forest, and fortunately unobserved by this vast herd of elephants as they drifted on and away, following a leader as does a herd of sheep. They browsed from growing herbage, which they encountered as they traveled, and now and again shook the firmament with their deep bellowing. Footnote 20 is next. Quote, moreover, there were a great number of elephants in the island, and there was provision for animals of every kind. Also, whatever fragrant things there are in the earth, whether roots or herbage or woods, or distilling drops of flowers or fruits, grew and thrived in that land, unquote. The Cratylou of Plato. How did Plato know about these things? How did Plato, Aristotle, and others know about Atlantis? Was there anything left behind for them to study? There is a hazy mist that goes up from the land each evening, and it invariably rains once every 24 hours. This great moisture and invigorating electrical light and warmth account perhaps for the luxuriant vegetation, while the highly charged electrical air and the evenness of climate conditions may have much to do with giant growth and longevity of all animal life. What about spiders and snakes? I saw a snake eat a goat. He squeezed the life out of them, then swallowed him whole. I can't imagine an elephant 100 feet long, 75 feet high. In places, the level valleys stretched away for many miles in every direction. The Smoky God, in its clear white light, looked calmly down. There was an intoxication in the electrically surcharged air that fanned the cheek as softly as a vanishing whisper. Nature chanted a lullaby in the faint murmur of winds whose breath was sweet and the fragrance of bud and blossom. This is very good writing, I think. After having spent considerably more than a year in visiting several of the many cities of the within world, and a great deal of intervening country, and more than 2 years had passed from the time we had been picked up by the great excursion ship on the river, we decided to cast our fortunes once more upon the sea and endeavor to regain the outside surface of the earth. We made known our wishes, and they were reluctantly but promptly followed. Our hosts gave my father, at his request, various maps showing the entire inside surface of the earth, its cities, oceans, seas, rivers, gulfs, and bays. Well, where are they? I would like to see them. They also generously gave us all the bags of gold nuggets, some of them as large as a goose's egg, that we were willing to attempt to take with us in our little fishing boat. Greed would not pay here. It will sink your boat. Gold weighs 19 times as much as water. In due time we returned to Jehu, at which place we spent 1 month in fixing up and overhauling our little fishing sloop. After all was in readiness, the same ship, Naz, that originally discovered us, took us on board and sailed to the mouth of the river Hiddekel. After our giant brothers had launched our little craft for us, they were most cordially regretful at parting, and evinced much solicitude for our safety. My father swore by the gods Odin and Thor that he would surely return again within a year or two and pay them another visit. Now let's stop there for a minute and imagine this. Just so you know where you are in this world, Olaf's father does return. And things have changed. There is a customs agent with a badge, a gun, and an attitude that is unwelcome. He talks to travelers in a condescending tone and tries to provoke them. This is conditioning. He asks questions about where they came from, where they are going, and how much money they have on them. He rips their luggage apart in a demeaning and disrespectful manner, as if trying to make you lose control and attempt to punch him out. Other travelers watch in horror at the humiliation, and they feel fear. Sound familiar? Nobody dares say anything that will provoke the Nazis, who are conditioning all of us to accept the abuse, the controls, the invasion of privacy into our lives, our business. A TSA agent tells the travelers to strip down to their underwear, and they put a finger up your ass to see if you have any of the CIA's drugs in your cavities. Although horrifyingly cruel and insensitive to human dignity, travelers accept it as normal. And so the conditioning has worked. Who is the one who designed this conditioning regimen? One traveler is thinking. And just as she is thinking this, they point at her and begin an uncalled for and abusive line of questioning that makes her feel like a drug dealer, a terrorist, or a money launderer, all those things that the ruling class are guilty of. They get caught often, but they are punished never. Every year the crimes they commit just get bigger, and the abuse of the citizens increases. This is how I see my country and the world today. It's being run Nazi style with thugs and gangsters in control. War criminals commit crimes that violate the Geneva Conventions, and none of them are being prosecuted. None are facing a trial at The Hague. Millions of innocent people have been killed in Iraq and millions more in Afghanistan, so that the thugs can have the oil in Iraq and the poppy fields in Afghanistan. Now let's get back to the story. Olaf's father promises to return in a year or two. He won't make it. He will die, just as the high priest warned. My father swore by the gods Odin and Thor that he would surely return again within a year or two and pay them another visit. And thus we bade them adieu. We made ready and hoisted our sail, but there was little breeze. We were becalmed within an hour after our giant friends had left us and started on their return trip. The winds were constantly blowing south. That is, they were blowing from northern opening of the earth toward that which we knew to be south, but which, according to our compasses' pointing finger, was directly north. For 3 days we tried to sail and to beat against the wind, but to no avail. Whereupon my father said, "My son, to return by the same route as we came in is impossible at this time of year. I wonder why we didn't think of this before. We have been here almost 2.5 years. Therefore, this is the season when the sun is beginning to shine in at the southern opening of the earth. The long cold night is on in Spitzbergen country." "What shall we do?" I inquired. "There is only one thing we can do," my father replied, "and that is to go south." Accordingly, he turned the craft about and gave it full reef and started by the compass north, but in fact directly south. The wind was strong, and we seemed to have struck a current that was running with remarkable swiftness in the same direction. Bad omens. In just 40 days we arrived at Delphi, a city we had visited in company with our guides, Jules Galdea and his wife. She still doesn't have a name. He lived with them for 2 years and he didn't learn the wife's name? In just 40 days we arrived at Delphi, a city we had visited in company with our guides Jules Galdea and his nameless wife, near the mouth of the Gihon River. Here we stopped for 2 days, and were most hospitably entertained by the same people who had welcomed us on our former visit. We laid in some additional provisions, and again set sail, following the needle due north. What is the significance of that? Is the compass reading correctly? On the inside of the earth, is north really south? Is south really north? On our outward trip, we came through a narrow channel, which appeared to be a separating body of water between two considerable bodies of land. There was a beautiful beach to our right, and we decided to reconnoiter. Casting anchor, we waded ashore to rest up for a day before continuing the outward hazardous undertaking. We built a fire and threw on some sticks of dry driftwood. While my father was walking along the shore, I prepared a tempting repast from supplies we had provided. I hope it wasn't that fish that they caught 2.5 years ago. That stuff must be stinking by now. There was a mild luminous light, which my father said resulted from the sun shining in from the south aperture of the earth. That night we slept soundly and awakened the next morning as refreshed as we had been in our own beds at Stockholm. Well, I'm glad there weren't any giant snakes on the beach. You know, this is crazy, expecting Odin and Thor to protect them, and they're trying to go home via Antarctica? Doesn't he realize how far he's going to have to sail? I would stay with these nice people 6 more months and have a good time. And then when the winds change direction, I would go back the same place and take the shorter trip home. There is much less ice at the North Pole than the South Pole. The South Pole is 2 miles thick with ice. The boy does not protest. Is the father so desperate that he chooses the wrong time to sail? Pity the wives of sailors. This woman has waited 2.5 years. She has no letters, no word of whether they're alive or dead. I hope she's enjoying life, but I think she's probably lonely, miserable, and suffering every minute that they're away. What do you guys think? After breakfast, we started out on an inland tour of discovery, but had not gone far when we sighted some birds which we recognized at once as belonging to the penguin family. They are flightless birds, but excellent swimmers and tremendous in size, with white breast, short wings, black head, and long peaked bills. They stand fully 9 feet high. They looked at us with little surprise, and presently waddled rather than walked toward the water, and swam away in a northerly direction. Now, which is north? Because I'm really confused. Does he mean south? Is he talking compass north or real north, true north? Whatever. Footnote 21, quote, "The nights are never so dark at the poles as in other regions, for the moon and stars seem to possess twice as much light and effulgence. In addition, there is a continuous light, the varied shades and play of which are amongst the strangest phenomena of nature," unquote. Ramberson's Astronomy. The events that occurred during the following 100 or more days beggar description. We were on an open and iceless sea. The month we reckoned to be November or December, which means the summer at the South Pole, and we knew the so-called South Pole was turned toward the sun. Therefore, when passing out and away from the internal electrical light of the Smoky God and its genial warmth, we would be met by the light and warmth of the sun shining in through the south opening of the earth. We were not mistaken. Footnote 22, quote, "The fact that gives the phenomenon of the polar aurora its greatest importance is that the earth becomes self-luminous, that is, besides the light which as a planet is received from the central body, it shows a capability of sustaining a luminous process proper to itself," unquote, Humboldt. I don't know what the hell he's talking about. There were times when our little craft, driven by the wind that was continuous and persistent, shot through the waters like an arrow. Indeed, had we encountered a hidden rock or obstacle, our little vessel would have been crushed into kindling wood. At last we were conscious that the atmosphere was growing decidedly colder, and a few days later icebergs were sighted far to the left. My father argued, and correctly, that the winds which fill our sails came from the warm climate within. The time of the year was certainly most auspicious for us to make our dash for the outside world and attempt to scud our fishing sloop through open channels of the frozen zone which surrounds the polar regions. Well, there is also a wind that just goes in a circle, and I want to see you tack off that, because that wind does not blow you all the way back to Stockholm. It just blows in a circle forever, and it's like 60 degrees colder than the North Pole. This was a terrible mistake. I don't know how the sun survived, really. We were soon amid the ice packs, and how our little craft got through the narrow channels and escaped being crushed, I know not. The compass behaved in the same drunken and unreliable fashion in passing over the southern curve or edge of the Earth's shell as it had done in our inbound trip at the northern entrance. It gyrated, dipped, and seemed like a thing possessed. Footnote 23. Captain Sabine, on page 105, in Voyages in the Arctic Regions, says, "The geographical determination of the direction and intensity of the magnetic forces at different points of the Earth's surface has been regarded as object worthy of especial research. To examine in different parts of the globe the declination, inclination, and intensity of the magnetic force, and their periodical and secular variations, and mutual relations and dependencies, could be duly investigated only in fixed magnetical observatories," unquote. One day, as I was lazily looking over the sloop's side into the clear waters, my father shouted, "Breakers ahead!" Looking up, I saw through a lifting mist a white object that towered several hundred feet high, completely shutting off our advance. We lowered sail immediately, and none too soon. In a moment we found ourselves wedged between two monstrous icebergs. Each was crowding and grinding against its fellow mountain of ice. They were like two gods of war, Odin and Thor, contending for supremacy. We were greatly alarmed. Yes, stuck in the water in Antarctica would make me alarmed too. With a wooden boat and two mountains of ice crushing together, I think I would be a little bit troubled. Indeed, we were between the lines of a battle royale. How? If the wind is coming from behind you, how do you tack and get the hell out of there? The sonorous thunder of the grinding ice was like the continued volleys of artillery. Blocks of ice larger than a house were frequently lifted up 100 feet by the mighty force of the lateral pressure. Not a good place to be. They would shudder and rock to and fro for a few seconds, then come crashing down with a deafening roar and disappear in the foaming waters like you guys are about to. Thus, for more than 2 hours, the contest of the icy giants continued. What if this was at night? My God! It seemed as if the end had come. The ice pressure was terrific, and while we were not caught in the dangerous part of the jam and were safe for the time being, the heaving and rending of tons of ice as it fell splashing here and there into the watery depths filled us with shaking fear. The lesson I'm getting from this is never sail in icy waters where there are icebergs as big as mountains crushing together. What if this was at night? I mean, what chance would they have had at night unless the air was clear of clouds? Hopefully it had all frozen and fallen to the 2-mile thick continent of Antarctica. And hopefully there was a full moon to provide some light. It's summer, so you do have a 24-hour sun. So maybe there was some advantage to going out the south hole. Maybe there was some advantage in going out the south aperture. Every movie is written with a situation, crisis, and resolution. And it appears that the next paragraph is the resolution. Finally, to our great joy, the grinding of the ice ceased. And within a few hours, the great mass slowly divided. Oh, that's Thor and Odin, isn't it? Let's hear the father attribute that to Odin and Thor. The great mass slowly divided, and as if an act of providence, that's hinting at Odin, had been performed, right before us lay an open channel. Should we venture with our little craft into this opening? If the pressure came on again, our little sloop, as well as ourselves, would be crushed into nothingness. We decided to take the chance and accordingly hoisted our sail to a favoring breeze and soon started out like a racehorse running the gauntlet of this unknown natural channel of open water. You know, this is the mentality of a gambler. But I don't know what choice they had. They enter the North Pole, they exit the South Pole, and there's ice at both locations, but the North Pole was more favorable. I would have waited 6 months because this is already far more risky than their experience at the North Pole upon entering. That's it for part 4. We move on now to part 5. Hollow Earth. Olaf Jansen's Voyage to the Inner World, Part 5. Among the Ice Packs. For the next 45 days our time was employed in dodging icebergs and hunting channels. Indeed, had we not been favored with a strong south wind and a small boat, I doubt if this story could have ever been given to the world. At last there came a morning when my father said, "My son, I think we are to see home. We are almost through the ice. See, the open water lies before us." However, there were a few icebergs that had floated far northward into the open water still ahead of us on either side, stretching away for many miles. Directly in front of us, and by the compass, which had now righted itself due north, there was an open sea. Well, I'm glad he straightened us out on that compass thing, because when he was talking north and south, it was very confusing. Now I know that north means away from the South Pole, and we know that the compass has righted itself. What a wonderful story we have to tell the people of Stockholm, continued my father, while a look of pardonable elation lighted up his honest face. And think of the gold nuggets stowed away in the hold. That gold is proof that they were there. I'm not sure what kind of cameras they had in 1830, but they weren't digital cameras. Who drew the sketches? Is Olaf an artist? Did he go to an artist and describe things and the artist drew them? Were the proportions right? I spoke kind words of praise to my father, not alone for this fortitude and endurance, but also for his courageous daring as a discoverer, and for having made the voyage that now promised a successful end. I was grateful, too, that he had gathered the wealth of gold we were carrying home. Well, it ain't over till it's over, and this one ain't over. The bad part is coming. While congratulating ourselves on the goodly supply of provisions and water we still had on hand, and on the dangers we had escaped, we were startled by hearing a most terrific explosion caused by the tearing apart of a huge mountain of ice. It was a deafening roar, like the firing of 1,000 cannons. We were sailing at the time with great speed, and happened to be near a monstrous iceberg, which to all appearances was as immovable as a rock-bound island. It seemed, however, that the iceberg had split and was breaking apart, whereupon the balance of the monster along which we were sailing was destroyed, and it began dipping from us. My father quickly anticipated the danger before I realized its awful possibilities. The iceberg extended down into the water many hundreds of feet, and as it tipped over, the portion coming up out of the water caught our fishing craft like a lever on a fulcrum and threw it into the air as if it had been a football. Our boat fell back on the iceberg, that by this time had changed the side next to us for the top. My father was still in the boat, having become entangled in the rigging, while I was thrown some 20 feet away. I quickly scrambled to my feet and shouted to my father, who answered, "All is well." Just then a realization dawned upon me, horror upon horror. The blood froze in my veins. The iceberg was still in motion, and its great weight and force in toppling over would cause it to submerge temporarily. I fully realized what a sucking maelstrom it would produce amid the worlds of water on every side. They would rush into the depression in all their fury, like white-fanged wolves eager for human prey. In this supreme moment of mental anguish, I remember glancing at our boat, which was laying on its side, and wondering if it could possibly right itself, and if my father could escape. Was this the end of our struggles and adventures? Was this death? All these questions flashed through my mind in the fraction of a second, and a moment later I was engaged in a life and death struggle. The ponderous monolith of ice sank below the surface, and the frigid waters gurgled around me in frenzied anger. I was in a saucer, with the waters pouring in on every side. A moment more and I lost consciousness. When I partially recovered from my senses and roused from the swoon of a half-drowned man, I found myself wet, stiff, and almost frozen, lying on the iceberg. But there was no sign of my father or of our little fishing sloop. The monster berg had recovered itself, and with its new balance lifted its head perhaps 50 feet above the waves. The top of this island of ice was a plateau perhaps half an acre in extent. So sad. He is wet and on an iceberg. His father and his fishing sloop are gone. I loved my father well and was grief-stricken at the awfulness of his death. I railed at fate that I too had not been permitted to sleep with him in the depths of the ocean. Finally, I climbed to my feet and looked about me, the purple-domed sky above, the shoreless green ocean beneath, and only an occasional iceberg discernible. My heart sank in hopeless despair. I cautiously picked my way across the berg toward the other side, hoping that our fishing craft had righted itself. Dared I think it possible that my father still lived? It was but a ray of hope that flamed in my heart, but the anticipation warmed my blood in my veins and started it rushing like some rare stimulant through every fiber of my body. I crept close to the precipitous side of the iceberg and peered far down, still hoping. Then I made a circle of the berg, scanning every foot of the way, and thus I kept going around and around. One part of my brain was certainly becoming maniacal, while the other part, I believe, and do to this day, was perfectly rational. I'm so sad. I was conscious of having made the circuit 12 times, and while one part of my intelligence knew in all reason, there was not a vestige of hope. Yet some strange, fascinating aberration bewitched and compelled me still to beguile myself with expectation. The other part of my brain seemed to tell me that, while there was no possibility of my father being alive, yet if I quit making the circuitous pilgrimage, if I pause for a single moment, it will be acknowledgment of defeat. And should I do this, I felt that I should go mad. Thus, hour after hour, I walked around and around, afraid to stop and rest, yet physically powerless to continue much longer. Oh, horror of horrors! To be cast away in this wide expanse of waters without food or drink, and only a treacherous iceberg for an abiding place. My heart sank within me, and all semblance of hope was fading into black despair. Then the hand of the deliverer was extended, and the death-like stillness of a solitude rapidly becoming unbearable was suddenly broken by the firing of a signal gun. I looked up in startled amazement when I saw, less than a half-mile away, a whaling vessel bearing down toward me with her sail full set. That must mean the pedal was to the metal. Such sadness. Evidently, my continued activity on the iceberg had attracted their attention. On drawing near, they put out a boat and descended cautiously to the water's edge. I was rescued and a little later lifted on board the whaling ship. So his boat went down. Was there no place in the water to go other than near an iceberg? How much room did they have on the other side? I found it was a Scotch whaler. Scotch? At the South Pole? The Arlington. She had cleared from Dundee in September and started immediately for the Antarctic in search of whales. The captain, Angus Macpherson, seemed kindly disposed, but in matters of discipline, as I soon learned, possessed an iron will. When I attempted to tell him that I had come from the inside of the earth, the captain and mate looked at each other, shook their heads, and insisted on me being put in a bunk under strict surveillance of the ship's physician. And all that gold went down with the sloop. I was very weak for want of food and had not slept for many hours. However, after a few days' rest, I got up one morning and dressed myself without asking permission of the physician or anyone else, and told them that I was as sane as anyone. The captain sent for me and again questioned me concerning where I had come from and how I came to be alone on an iceberg in the far-off Antarctic Ocean. I replied that I had just come from the inside of the earth and proceeded to tell him how my father and myself had gone in by way of Spitzbergen and come out by way of the South Pole country, whereupon I was put in irons. I afterward heard the captain tell the mate that I was as crazy as a March hare, and that I must remain in confinement until I was rational enough to give a truthful account of myself. Finally, after much pleading and many promises, I was released from irons. I then and therefore decided to invent some story that would satisfy the captain and never again refer to my trip to the land of the Smoky God, at least until I was safe among friends. Within a fortnight I was permitted to go about and take my place as one of the seamen. A little later the captain asked me for an explanation. I told him that my experience had been so horrible that I was fearful of my memory, and begged him to permit me to leave the question unanswered until some time in the future. "I think you are recovering considerably," he said, "but you are not sane yet by a good deal." Unquote. "Permit me to do such work as you may assign," I replied, "and if it does not compensate you sufficiently, I will pay you immediately after I reach Stockholm to the last penny." Thus the matter rested. Why do people have to go through this? On finally reaching Stockholm, as I have already related, I found that my good mother had gone to her reward more than a year before. We don't know how long he was on the Scottish ship. We don't know what kind of deal was made for his keep. Did he work it off while on the ship? I have also told how later the treachery of a relative landed me in a madhouse where I remained for 28 years, seemingly unending years, and still later, after my release, how I returned to the life of a fisherman, following it sedulously for 27 years. Then how I came to America and finally to Los Angeles, California. But all this can be of little interest to the reader. Indeed, it seems to me the climax of my wonderful travels and strange adventures was reached when the Scottish sailing vessel took me from an iceberg on the Antarctic Ocean. And that is the end of part 5. What a sad story. And a miraculous rescue. What are the odds? What if it had been evening when this happened? When the Titanic sank and the stern went into the water, the same thing happened. The water rushed in and drowned those people who were waiting for rescue. So we already have some familiarity with this sucking them down. The father certainly did not come untied, and he went down with the ship. And all that gold is down there. So if you want to dive into the Antarctic Ocean, go ahead. I will plant seeds for my fortune. Let's proceed. Hollow Earth, Olaf Jansen's Voyage to the Inner World, Part 6. Conclusion. In concluding this history of my adventures, I wish to state that I firmly believe science is yet in its infancy concerning the cosmology of the Earth. There is so much that is unaccounted for by the world's accepted knowledge of today. Notice that they hyphenate today. I found that in newspapers from 1882. There is so much that is unaccounted for by the world's accepted knowledge of today, and will ever remain so until the land of the Smoky God is known and recognized by our geographers. It is the land from whence came the great logs of cedar that have been found by explorers in open waters far above the northern edge of the Earth's crust, and also the bodies of mammoths whose bones are found in vast beds on the Siberian coast. I don't recall those being giant mammoths. There were just a lot of them, and it suggests a catastrophic event that killed them all. Northern explorers have done much. Sir John Franklin, DeHaven Grinnell, Sir John Murray, Kane, Melville, Hall, Nansen, Swatka, Greenlee, Perry, Ross, Gerlach, Bernacchi, Andre, Amsden, Amundsen, and others have all been striving to storm the frozen citadel of mystery. I firmly believe that Andre and two brave companions, Strindberg and Frankel, who sailed away in the balloon Orion from the northwest coast of Spitzbergen on that Sunday afternoon of July 11th, 1897, are now in the within world, and doubtless being entertained as my father and myself were entertained by the kind-hearted giant race inhabiting the inter-Atlantic continent. He's suggesting that it was not a fatal balloon expedition. Earlier he said that that was fatal. It might have been reported as fatal. But he's saying now that they are living on the interior of the earth. And that's interesting. I would like to look up this date, July 11th, 1897. And perhaps do a video about this launch of Orion, a balloon, probably a hot air balloon, but I don't know much about how they heated the air or kept it hot. But it would be interesting to find the old newspapers and read the account of this launch from Spitzbergen, Norway, I presume. I think it's Norway. The next slide is a drawing showing the inner Earth. The subtitle says, Globe showing section of Earth's interior. It looks like they have the land masses mapped out. The dark stuff looks like the water, and the stuff that looks like it's mountainous might be the land, but we don't have any clear maps or any video of the inner Earth, and I would love to see that. We were told earlier that you punch out an egg on each end and drain the contents, and that's what the Earth is like. But this image you're looking at shows a much thicker shell. And I think what you're looking at right this minute is more accurate than the eggshell, because if you take 300 miles, that's supposed to be the thickness where the gravity is centered. And the inside people stick to the walls of the earth, and the outside people stick to the floor of the ball of the earth. And if you take 300 miles and divide it by roughly 4,000 miles, it's a little bit under 4,000 miles, the diameter, you get 7.5%. And when you add the two sides together, it's 15%, and that appears to be what we're looking at. A thickness of 15% combining both sides. And so whoever drew this did the proportions right. Now look closely and you will see ships on the surface outside. Imagine those ships moving to the aperture. There is one in the upper left corner sailing into the aperture. What would that ship see if it looked up or to the left? It's got to see a mountain of water. It's got to see water rising up like a mountain. And that would baffle any observer. But Olaf never mentioned that. If you're going through an aperture, to your left and your right, you see water. And it rises just like a mountain, just like an iceberg, except that it's liquid water. And since we did not hear any such descriptions, that it was really weird going through the aperture and seeing water on your left and water on your right, both of them higher than you are, and yet they're not caving in on you, that alone makes me suspicious. And I'm wondering what it is we are looking at here. What is this book that we have just read? Is it a true tale? Well, let me let you in on some secrets. I found a website that asks questions. Recall that I said that it's important that you ask questions about everything. You ask an endless number of questions in order to fully understand, and that's when all the frauds will be exposed, when you ask questions. And so I'm wondering why this strange result of going through the aperture and seeing water climbing up on the right and climbing up on the left like a mountain and going all the way up and all the way around. Now this opening is 1,400 miles, and I understand that you cannot see 1,400 miles. There would be clouds in the way, water vapor. That's okay. I don't expect to see the other side. It's quite a distance to look through an atmosphere, granted. But what you should see is the horizon rising with water, just like a mountain. If you were looking at a mountain and it rose, you would not be able to see beyond a certain height because it would be lost in the clouds. But we heard nothing about that, either entering the North Pole aperture or exiting the South Pole aperture. It is also very unusual that someone would be flipped up on an iceberg, unconscious, and thrown onto the iceberg. He awakes, and after several hours, a ship happens to pass, and they notice him. I'm wondering about that, if that is likely. What are the chances that a ship is passing any particular iceberg at any particular time? What are the odds? If you're standing on an iceberg at random, how often is it that you see a ship in the Antarctic where it is so cold? I submit, never. Virtually never. And that makes me wonder also that he was discovered in just a few hours, maybe a dozen hours. But how did he survive out there wet, standing on ice, cold air? How did he survive for several hours? I don't know what to make of this story. I'm raising reasonable questions. If you're raising reasonable questions also, it's healthy. It doesn't hurt your mind to think about what it's like to go through an aperture. This picture you're looking at shows a ship going through the aperture, and it's obvious to my eyes that he's going to see a mountain of water rising up on the horizon. And if he doesn't, how in the world would this work? Now, suppose he was looking outwardly. All right, then the water falls off the horizon, and that would be pretty much normal. But at some point, you're going to see two suns if you leave in summer on the North Pole. You're going to see two suns, the interior sun and the exterior sun. So when you have a story like this one and you have some images, it doesn't hurt to spend a little time pondering the what ifs. What if you were on that ship going in the aperture? What would you see? Now on the right side, on the underside of the aperture, you see another ship. And now look at the view that he has. His horizon is disappearing when he looks out, and when he looks in, he's got another wall of water rising up. It has to rise up. You're in interior space. And all the time they were traveling, we didn't hear anything about the strange views. And so what I think we're dealing with here is science fiction. Now imagine that you work at a vineyard and they're making wine, and you become familiar with the process. You add water and sugar and yeast. They add grapes for the sugar, but it's basically sugar and water with yeast, and that's what makes wine. What would happen after 20 years? You would become a winemaker. Somewhere between day one and day whatever 20 years turns out to be, 20 times 365, is that 7,200 days? Doesn't matter. At some time, you're going to become a winemaker. I am already a winemaker because someone made wine, told me how they did it, and I tried it, and it worked. Sugar and water plus yeast. If you're an avid reader, as this author clearly was, he is a man of books. There's no question in my mind. I just don't know how he found time to read when he's fishing all the time. What do you do on a boat? Do you bring a book and read? If so, every time he goes to shore, he's looking for books, isn't he? Because he was well read. He spent probably 50 years or more fishing. He had a lot of time to read if fishing is a little bit of putting out nets and pulling them in and a whole lot of just waiting to get to the next location. I get seasick. I would never read while trying to fish. I'd be throwing up all over the boat. But he and his father obviously had no seasickness. But they also didn't have any eyesight because they never told us that they were looking at a mountain of water rising up on both sides of them. And that's what makes me suspicious, because that detail is missing, and that should have been worthy of writing about, and it wasn't there. And you know why we didn't pick it up? Because we didn't have this image in front of us. As soon as the image is in front of you, it occurs to you that if you're on that ship on the left side of the aperture of the north, you're going to see water all around you. that is on one side or the other. Looking out, of course, it would look like the normal horizon. Maybe. I'm not sure. I'd have to do a model of it and then observe. This ship called the Arlington, and this captain by the name of Angus MacPherson, someone who knows a great deal about shipping and whaling, says that there was never any such boat and there was no Scottish whaling vessel in Antarctica at that time. He also said that Admiral Byrd was not in the area where he was supposed to be to fly into the inner earth. So these are two stories that both are suspect. I don't have a conclusion for you. I'm going to finish reading the author's conclusion, but I want to make you wary, and I want you to consider some of the obvious questions. If the public raised obvious questions, those people who did 9/11 would be in prison. Because 9/11 was not done by 19 Arabs with box cutters, and jet fuel does not melt steel. And there was a third building that came down, building number 7, and no plane hit it. And so all those people out there who still believe the government's lie have to answer one question. What made building number 7 come down? I'll give you a clue. Larry Silverstein said it was pulled. He said the decision was made to pull it, and that's what we did. Now, who wired that building for explosives? That's a good question. And there are thousands of questions which can lead you to the truth about 9/11. Let's continue our reading. The caption at the bottom says, globe showing section of the Earth's interior. It says, the Earth is hollow. The poles, so long sought, are but phantoms. They are openings at the northern and southern extremities. So we have someone who reads a lot, and I say that if a man is around bread making or wine making, he's going to wind up learning how to make bread and wine. And this man's a reader. He read a lot, and I think he wanted to be a writer. He wanted to write some great work, and so he made up this story, perhaps, because he didn't bring a single artifact from the interior. They brought gold, and it went down with the ship. In fact, it probably sunk the ship because wood is buoyant. And if you carry something on board that weighs 19 times as much as water, it could sink the ship if the ship is flooded. If a wooden boat is flooded, it will still float because wood is lighter than water. And the amount of water the wood displaces weighs more than the wood. And so the wood will float. But if you load up with gold and your boat is flooded, you go straight to the bottom. And on the bottom of the Antarctic Ocean is where you will find, perhaps, that sloop and the gold if the story is true. So if we ever find that treasure, then I have to recant what I say, that I'm leaning toward science fiction here. Now, some people call it critical thinking when you ask the right questions. I call it using your brain. You saw an image, you saw a tiny little ship on the aperture, and if your mind doesn't say, hey, wait a minute, what would you see if you were there? You're going through the opening of a bottle. You're going to see the rim at some time, and that is conspicuously absent, which arouses my suspicion. I'm still collecting the facts, so don't get the idea that I'm absolutely decided on this issue. Let's read what he says next. Having in my humble way devoted years to these problems, I am well acquainted with the accepted definitions of gravity, as well as the cause of the magnetic needle's attraction, and I'm prepared to say that it is my firm belief that the magnetic needle is influenced solely by electric currents which completely envelop the earth like a garment, and that these electric currents in an endless circuit pass out of the southern end of the Earth's cylindrical opening, diffusing and spreading themselves over all the outside surface, and rushing madly on in their course toward the North Pole. And while these currents seemingly dash off into space at the Earth's curve or edge, yet drop down again to the inside surface and continue their way southward along the inside of the Earth's crust, toward the opening of the so-called South Pole. Footnote 24 is a quote. Mr. Limstrom concluded that an electric discharge, which could only be seen by means of the spectroscope, was taking place on the surface of the ground all around him, and that from a distance it would appear as a faint display of aurora, the phenomena of pale and flaming light, which is sometimes seen on the top of the Spitzbergen Mountains. Unquote. That's from the Arctic Manual, page 739. Edward Leedskalnin, probably a genius in electrical engineering, he built the Coral Castle in Homestead, Florida, moved enormous blocks by himself, and he only weighed 100 pounds. He and Nikola Tesla come from the same area, Croatia. I don't know if everybody in Croatia is gifted in electrical engineering, but these two guys certainly were. I read the book that Leedskalnin wrote, and he didn't have any diagrams, but somebody took that book and added diagrams because they understood what he was talking about, and they brought it to us, the people. And I read it both ways, without the diagrams and with the diagrams, and with the diagrams is much better. And Leedskalnin talked about the Earth is a big magnet, that everything is made up of magnets. And when you look at chemistry, it's magnets. They might be neutral, and then they gain an electron, and they are suddenly negatively charged, and the thing that lost the electron is positively charged now because the electron transferred. It has a negative charge. And now these two things stick together like sodium chloride, which is table salt. They stick together in a lattice structure because one is positively charged, that's the metal, sodium, and the other, it's known as the anion, chlorine, which has a hunger for electrons, and neutral chlorine will very quickly pick up an electron from the environment and become negatively charged, and therefore stick to things. One element in this group is fluoride, and it is the most reactive element on the periodic table, and it's very dangerous because it's so reactive. It interrupts all body processes. It kills brain cells. It makes bones brittle because it bonds with calcium. It makes teeth porous and prone to cavities because it bonds with calcium. It also bonds with other things like arsenic and cadmium. And we don't want these things in our food or our water because they're poisonous. Yet we have a group of people who are mandating that we drink their industrial wastes, and this is poisoning us and causing disease and illnesses and ailments and bad hips. One man told me he had a double hip replacement, one of my viewers. I didn't confirm it, but that's what he reported. He said it was fluoride. And so we see chemistry as electrical, and we see the planet as electrical, and guess what the sun is? The sun is also electrical. Because this theory that it's a nuclear furnace and that it's chewing up hydrogens and forming helium is ludicrous. There are 25 different reasons why that cannot be true. And when I read those 25 reasons why it is electrical, the sun is electrical in nature, I knew that that was the right path. And so this author, in his experiences in life, says that the world is electrical by nature and that the aurora has to do with electricity, the flowing of these electrical currents. Now, do we understand electricity? I doubt it. We understand it barely enough to use it. But I believe it's possible to have a device that's run by a magnet and it generates electricity permanently, at least 400 or 500 years until that magnet wears out. But when I read the Dulce book, and it said that their elevators are run by magnets, they produce the electricity to run the elevators in Dulce. Dulce is a deep underground military base, and it's occupied by aliens, and these particular aliens have been there for several hundred years. They were here before Columbus discovered America, and they eat children. And they keep human beings in cages, and when they cut up a human being, tear them apart, they put the arms and legs into a solution of hydrogen peroxide because they don't want any bacteria or virus, and the hydrogen peroxide kills both. Now, if you haven't heard about Dulce, then type in D-U-L-C-E, Dulce, New Mexico, Dulce on this channel, and I read Sherry Schreiner's account because it was very similar to Thomas Costello's account. And he was the guy who brought out the photos of the people in cages, and I saw them, but they have all vanished from the internet. You can't find them today. If somebody has them, I would like to have a copy. I had them on my computer and they vanished. So somebody out there doesn't want us to know about Dulce, doesn't want us to know that they trade 30,000 kids a year. That's what Alex Collier said. 30,000 kids a year are being swapped for alien technology. And that is not what kids are all about. We adults must protect kids. But in Dulce, they run their elevators with electricity that comes from magnets. Now, it makes sense to me, since a magnet creates a magnetic field and directs the flow of things electrical, that you could tap into that and you could get the flow. And you could tap into the Earth's magnetic properties and you could benefit from that flow. And I think you could produce jillions and jillions of gigawatts of power for free. And we don't have to use nuclear material. We don't have to create a hole in the ozone with our nuclear material. I read a book for this channel called UFO Contact from the Pleiades. And at the end of that book, the aliens were telling us why our nuclear programs and our nuclear weapons, our nuclear power plants are very bad. It's because they say there are over 1,000 subatomic particles. When I was in school, the early years, we were taught that there's nothing smaller than the atom, and that the atom is made up of 3 things, and that's all: the neutrons, the electrons, and the protons. The neutrons are neutrally charged, the electrons are negatively charged, and they orbit the center, which has the proton, which is positively charged. By the time I was in college, everything had changed. There were top quarks, bottom quarks, a whole bunch of quarks. And after reading this book, UFO Contact from the Pleiades by Wendell Stevens, it's on this channel. Just type in UFO Contact and you'll get it. There's a whole playlist of those videos. I read the whole book. Chapter 3 is my favorite because Billy Meyer says, when are we going to the Pleiades? And I think Semyasi or Ascot answers, we're already there. That just blew me away. 428 light years covered in 10 minutes. And so at the end of this book, UFO Contact from the Pleiades, they mention that there are over 1,000 subatomic particles and that we don't know what we're doing and we better stop. And when I read that, I figured if they flew all the way here, they might know something. Maybe we should listen. He described in great detail how the nuclear materials destroy the ozone, allowing the ultraviolet rays to come through, which kill the life that we depend upon. And when I read that, I said, this is serious. And so I said so while reading the book, and very, very few people have seen that series. It's a fascinating story, and I hope that you will search this channel for the playlists. You can just type in BackToConstitution, one word, and playlists. And you'll pull up all 30, I think there are 36 or 38 playlists by now, maybe 39. I don't remember. I can't remember. I have nearly 1,000 videos. I can't remember all the playlists that sort them out. Okay, so we've had a little bit of instruction here from the author about what causes the aurora borealis. Now, we were told that it was caused by the solar wind. And it turns out that that is highly suspicious now. It's like the Big Bang Theory. I never heard such a laughable theory as the Big Bang Theory. Yes, everything traces back to one atom, but that atom is not a single atom. It's one atom everywhere in the universe. That energy, I believe energy is constantly being converted to matter. And it takes a whole lot of energy to create just a tiny bit of matter. And so you have these little pieces of matter forming everywhere. They clump together because of attractive forces. They form planets, moons, suns, even galaxies. And the galaxies have a repulsive force for some reason, and they're moving apart. All galaxies are moving apart from each other as if one of them farted, and they've got to escape. I call it the Big Fart Theory. It replaces the Big Bang, because they're all moving apart. And the farther away they are, the faster they're moving. because they have the momentum of all the push of all the other galaxies. So they're moving the fastest, and their light has a red shift. It's called the Doppler effect. All right, we have explored this footnote as much as we can, and you understand now that it's talking about the aurora. Let's move on. As to gravity, no one knows what it is because it has not been determined whether it is atmospheric pressure that causes the apple to fall, or whether 150 miles below the surface of the Earth, supposedly one halfway through the Earth's crust, there exists some powerful lodestone attraction that draws it. Therefore, whether the apple when it leaves the limb of the tree is drawn or impelled downward to the nearest point of resistance is unknown to the students of physics. Well, I want to weigh in here because he's wrong. Atmospheric pressure does not push the apple down because there is equal atmospheric pressure on the underside, and at best it would just float. Now, there's something else going on here. He experienced that those trains in the inner Earth rode by removing atmospheric pressure, and they were a single-track train. This doesn't make any sense, and now that I read his theory on gravity, I understand why he injected that into his story. Because he had nothing else to report to us. He told us that they were as far ahead of us as we are ahead of the darkest part of Africa, whatever that means. If you're talking about the Dogon people, D-O-G-O-N, they knew about Sirius C before we did. So I'm not sure how dark it is in Africa. And when you look at all the other amazing achievements of people who emanated from Africa, you can see tremendous intelligence and capability from these people. The civilization on Sirius B or C is a black, what we call black. I don't consider them black, they're brown. I've seen black and they're not black, they're brown. I've seen white and we are not white, we are brown. We're light brown, they're dark brown, but we're all brown. When aliens land, they are gray, some of them. And I can tell the difference between gray and brown. And we are brown and they are gray, some of them. But the author takes us to the inner world. He tells us that they have advanced technology, but he doesn't mention any of it. Not one thing except the train. The train has a single track. It has spinning flywheels that reduce atmospheric pressure above them. If you reduce atmospheric pressure above the train, then there is lift on the ceiling of the train, and I don't think that those ceilings have the strength to hold up the whole train. And so I'm very suspicious. One, because he did not mention many other advanced technologies. The reason he didn't mention them is because they would require him to come up with them. Remember when Al Bielek supposedly went to the 28th century, yet all of his ideas are military 1940s mentality? They couldn't think of anything more advanced than a walkway that moves pedestrians along. That was the best idea they could come up with. Or a building that floats in the sky. 300 stories up. This is crazy. This is Jetson mentality. The men of the 1940s were not capable of coming up with any better ideas. They couldn't even deal with the idea about language. We know since computers came on the scene that we have invented a lot of new words. Megabytes and download and upload and applications, email, Bitcoin. You know, if somebody traveled into the future, would they know about Bitcoin? Bitcoin is big news. The blockchain is big news. It changes everything. It's a revolution. And these people who predicted the future or claimed to be coming from the future or having gone to the future and back, they didn't mention microwave ovens. It was only 25 years into the future and they couldn't come up with microwave ovens. The best they could come up with from the 1940s is color television in a hospital bed in 1984. So I did a video about Al Bielek. It's one of the best performers that I have. And I believe that he was implanted with a false memory because he answers honestly, and so does Andrew Basiago. But Andrew Basiago said he went back to see Lincoln give the Gettysburg Address, and there is a photo which supports that. If that photo is him, you have a chubby 15-year-old kid with huge shoes, and all of that fits the story that he tells. But he also said he went to the future, and he went to 2013. And we heard about it in 2010 and 11 and 12, and it was in the future. And he said that the Supreme Court building would be under 100 feet of water, and it still isn't. So apparently somebody didn't know when Planet X would arrive, raise sea levels around the world, and put the Supreme Court building, which is about 88 to 100 feet above sea level at this time, above sea level. When the sea levels change, they're going to about 675 feet above where they are now. So the Supreme Court building will not be under 100 feet of water. That's only 200 feet. Yes, it's true that Earth scientists think that when sea levels rise, it will only be 200 feet. But the Zetas told us it'll be 675 feet, and that we forgot that when water is warm, it takes up more space. So as Planet X leaves us, and the waters and the Earth and all the other planets cool down over the next 500 or 600 years, global warming will end. We'll go into an ice age, perhaps. I think when it's coming in, we do have warmer temperatures. And I think it causes the warming and the ice to melt and the sea levels to rise. But when it goes back out, it plunges us into an ice age, perhaps. There are people who study this, and they can tell you the frequency of ice ages. The North Pole does change places. We know that. We know where it was for the past 5 or 6 times because we have the Great Lakes to tell us that that was snow melt, and that in 200 or 300,000 years, maybe, the Great Lakes will evaporate. It'll just be lowlands. But if Planet X comes along and melts the polar ice caps, sea levels are not going to fall, they're going to rise. And the snow will have to pile up over the next 4,000 years in a new location. I had read that there is no snow or ice in Antarctica that's older than 4,000 years. And I've also read that underneath all the snow and ice is a forest that got covered with snow. Now there must be people buried under that snow, and animals and buildings, and I would like to be one of the archaeologists who excavates there. If the snow melts, you don't have to excavate. It will all be excavated for you as the water flows away. But if sea levels rise, then that might be underwater. It's very interesting to consider all of the authors and all of the aliens that comment and try to put it all together so that it makes sense. But a lot of times what one group says is in contradiction to what another group says. And so you must not reach your conclusion until the conclusion leaps out from the facts, right into your face, and there is no more question about it. We don't know what gravity is, but the aliens tell us it's an effect. And I wonder, effect of what? I hope they don't say gravity, because that's a circular definition. I would like to understand gravity, especially anti-gravity, because I would like to fly around free without paying any oil company. How about you? All right, we're going to move on. Sir James Ross claimed to have discovered the magnetic pole at about 74 degrees latitude. This is wrong. The magnetic pole is exactly 1/2 the distance through the Earth's crust. Thus, if the Earth's crust is 300 miles in thickness, which is the distance I estimate it to be, then the magnetic pole is undoubtedly 150 miles below the surface of the Earth. It matters not where the test is made. Well, he's a little bit too absolute in his conclusions, and I wonder what the method was of Sir James Ross, because we have a fisherman here who's a prolific reader, and he has turned writer and scientist as well. And when people go from politics into science, it turns out Al Gore science. And when fishermen go into science, you wind up with absolutes, which nobody since has proven correct. And everything he says has to be considered suspicious and questions raised in order to get to the truth. So he feels that the distance between the outer and inner is 300 miles of solid rock. It's not explained how the Earth formed in that way, or that when there is a pole shift, what happens to the holes? Do they move or do they stay in place? If they move, does some of the land go inside the Earth? There are a lot of questions. I've just scratched the surface. Continuing, and at this particular point, 150 miles below the surface, gravity ceases, becomes neutralized. And when we pass beyond that point on toward the inside surface of the Earth, a reverse attraction geometrically increases in power until the other 150 miles of distance is traversed, which would bring us out on the inside of the Earth. Whenever anybody starts telling you what it's like in a place they have never been, you have to withhold that information from entering your brain. You consider it at a distance, because if you take this in and believe in it, it's the Jesus story again. You're believing on faith instead of proof. Nobody at the time of Jesus wrote about Jesus. Why? Because he didn't exist. That's why. The 10 Commandments were stolen from the Egyptians. They had 42 commandments. And I'm going to do a video about this because this is very important information. It's going to shatter a lot of religious beliefs, because religious people believe entirely on faith, and this is faulty reasoning. And why do the preachers want them to believe on faith only? Because if they start asking questions, the lie will unravel and the truth will be exposed. And so if you want the truth, you ask a lot of questions. And if you ask a lot of questions in church, this is frowned upon. You're not supposed to ask questions in church or even about religion. You're supposed to accept it on faith. And that's what this writer wants us to do regarding this 300-mile distance between the outer surface and the inner surface, where you have air after each atmosphere. I am not a faith believer. I want to ask my questions. Nobody can know reality, but I want to ask 1,000 questions before I accept anything. You're going to be conned a lot in your life, and they're going to take your money. Salesmen are going to con you by telling you lies about products. The government is going to con you over and over again your whole life, and they will con your kids and their kids and their kids, because that's what governments do. And so if you don't start now by asking questions and teaching young ones to ask a lot of questions, because there is a lot of thought in a question, and when you get the answer, there's more thought, and then you come up with more questions, and that's even more thought. As you can see, there's a pattern. You're thinking. If someone tells you a bunch of superficial stuff, start probing and go to the next layer down. Peel that onion skin off and go to the next layer below that, and the next layer below that with your questions, because you want to get to the profound truth. You'll see them making up more lies to cover up for the first lies, and somewhere along the line they're going to contradict themselves, or they're going to forget to tell you an important fact. In this case, going through that aperture is like building number 7 at the World Trade Center for me. If he did not describe that the water climbed up on the sides of him, off to the horizon it rose higher and higher, and the water was higher than he was. If he doesn't say that, then he wasn't there. It didn't happen. I'm leaning toward this book being science fiction. I think it's a pretty good book for science fiction. And no science fiction writer is going to tell you up front that he's fooling you. He's going to lay it out as the truth, and you believe it on faith. I think a lot of people believe this book. But I'm reaching a point where my questions are starting to unravel the lie, the science fiction. I don't think Admiral Byrd went to the center of the earth, based on what I've read in the last few days. And I don't think Olaf went to the center of the earth either. How convenient for his sloop to go down. How convenient for someone to rescue him. Was he really locked up for 28 years? Do we have any proof of that? Is the asylum that he was assigned to able to produce records that he was incarcerated there for 28 years. And if he was there for 28 years, why would they release him? Obviously, for 28 years, they're convinced that he's a maniac. Why would they release him? He never gave us any details. He just says one day they let him go. Why didn't he try to escape? Is it impossible to escape? Was it a FEMA camp with the barbed wire on the inside so you can't escape? The people who built the FEMA camps also built the prisons. They know how to keep people in. The more questions you ask, the more you figure out. And when people refuse to answer questions, you know they're guilty. Our government stopped answering questions about 9/11. They were all afraid of going to prison. Congress cooperated and had a role in 9/11. How do I know that? Because they never bothered to put Larry Silverstein on the witness stand and ask him who planted the bombs in your buildings for you to pull it. That is a task that takes many engineers several months to plan. They have to know where the building's strengths are, and they have to blow them out with explosives. They brought down that building in the classic controlled demolition style. No plane hit building number 7. And if you still believe the concocted story of the government, you don't know what happened on 9/11. And the fact that they clammed up and won't answer any more questions, the fact that Congress never bothered to interview Jane Stanley, who worked for the BBC and told us that building number 7 had fallen and it was still standing behind her. If you don't ask questions, you're not going to get to the truth. Sometimes you get an answer and it doesn't fit. What would Larry Silverstein say if someone asked him, who planted the explosives in your buildings? And how did you know that they were there? And when did you know that they were there? And when did you know that all you have to do is pull that little device that causes all the explosions to take place so the building comes down in its own footprint? How did you know that the building was wired? Who told you and when? See, if they put him on the witness stand and he starts answering questions, the whole lie comes unraveled. All right, let's move on. Thus, if a hole were bored down through the Earth's crust at London, Paris, New York, Chicago, or Los Angeles, a distance of 300 miles, it would connect the two surfaces. While the inertia and momentum of a weight dropped in from the outside surface would carry it far past the magnetic center, yet before reaching the inside surface of the Earth, it would gradually diminish in speed after passing the halfway point, finally pause, and immediately fall back toward the outside surface and continue thus to oscillate like the swinging of a pendulum with the power removed, until it would finally rest at the magnetic center, or at that particular point, exactly 1/2 the distance between the outside surface and the inside surface of the Earth. Well, this is a theory of gravity, and it's based entirely on speculation, what he believes. And I don't understand why a fisherman who lost his father in Antarctica is now telling us his theory of gravity. But since he has taken that step to tell us his theory of gravity, we have to look back at the story and try to determine if the story is true or false. It appears to be false, because his theory of gravity and atmospheric pressure as the cause of gravity was used to describe a train that goes up and down mountains without bothering to seek the lowest height. Go around a mountain, for example, instead of going all the way to the top and then all the way down the other side. Takes too much energy to go all the way up, and when you're coming down, the train moves too fast. If there's a curve in that track on the downside, it could cause the train to derail. Now, I think what we have here is a young man who began a fisherman, but he had other interests. And he read a lot, and he read some pretty good stuff because he writes pretty well. He writes as if he's developed his mind in respect to writing. He writes well. He's a man with a theory about gravity. He wanted to know what gravity was all about. He has 1800s ideas about gravity. I don't find them credible. I know that he has not drilled a hole from the outside surface to the inside surface under London, Paris, New York, Chicago, or Los Angeles. And so it's pure speculation as to what the weight dropped from the outside surface. He doesn't know what that weight would do. Nobody knows what that weight would do because nobody has done the experiment. There was a top scientist at Lockheed or one of the defense contractors.
Do you mean Boyd Bushman?
Yeah, that's it. Thanks. He was a very interesting guy. He used to drop a magnet through a copper pipe, and to my astonishment, it did not fall like it would if it was not falling through a copper pipe. It seems that the magnet was pushing the molecules or the electrons as it went because it went through very slowly. And we don't know why. We don't have a theory to explain why. The scientist has died. He revealed that he knew aliens and he showed some pictures of them, and he died very shortly after that. Was he murdered? Probably. I don't know. But I have collected the story and the pictures, and I want to make a video out of it because it's fascinating to see this alien. There are several pictures of the alien. In regard to gravity, what we need is an alien to tell us what gravity is all about. If they would write the book, I would read the book, and I would read the book to you because it's fascinating. Imagine we could conquer gravity. We could remove gravity so that we could float around in our vehicles. All you would have to do is get your car going in the air, with a propeller or something. And without any gravity to bring you back down to earth, you're just going to keep moving. If you've got the wind behind you, you can go all the way around the globe with this wind to your back. Without gravity, you float there weightless. All you need is a sail, and you're going whatever direction the wind is going. And you can tack off the wind and go a slightly different direction. But remember when they were in the center of the earth and they tried to go out the same way they came in, the winds were in the wrong direction. They had to go out the South Pole. Now, why would winds blow through there at a certain speed? Does it have to do with the electricity that's flowing? Is that why? If so, then why are the northern lights the aurora lights? Does the South Pole have anything like the aurora? If the North Pole has aurora and the South Pole doesn't, does that tell you that it's not solar wind at all? That it has to do with electricity flowing up on the outside surface and into the aperture and going down? I like that explanation. The only problem I'm having is I'm not sure that he was on the inside of the earth. He uses a name that's one of our names. Remember the one that taught him English?
Do you mean Jules Galdea?
Yeah, that's it.
Maybe I should stick around. Seems that you need me.
No, it's all right. I'll handle it. He uses that guy's name. It looks like a Latin name. How come this guy on the inside has a Latin name? He says they speak Sanskrit. Which languages are the offspring of Sanskrit? This is a good question. When did these people first go inside the earth? How long have they been there? These are all good questions. Before you believe anything, ask the questions, get the answers, and if you don't have the answers, don't decide. I'm leaning toward science fiction here. I didn't say that this was a science fiction book. I said some of the things he said are very hard to believe. His boat gets flipped up like a football. He winds up on the iceberg. He says that a part of this iceberg split off and fell into the water. Does that suggest that the iceberg is steep? How did he wind up on the iceberg, and how did he wind up climbing all over the iceberg, looking for his sloop, his father, and happened to be noticed by a whaling ship named the Arlington that never existed, according to the records? No whaling ship from Scotland. He said that they left from Dundee. No whaling ship from Scotland ever left in September, probably 1830, and wound up in Antarctica. No records support that. Does that mean it didn't happen? If I knew more about the record-keeping system, I might be able to answer that, but you can't draw a conclusion until you've asked all the questions. All right, we're going to continue now. The gyration of the Earth and its daily act of whirling around its spiral rotation at a rate greater than 1,000 miles every hour, or about 17 miles per second, makes of it a vast electro-generating body, a huge machine, a mighty prototype of the puny man-made dynamo, which at best is but a feeble imitation of nature's original. Well, I sure wish we could tap into that and generate enough power to power everything we need. The valleys of this inner Atlantis continent, bordering the upper waters of the farthest north, are in season covered with the most magnificent and luxuriant flowers. Not hundreds and thousands, but millions of acres, from which the pollen or blossoms are carried far away in almost every direction by the Earth's spiral gyrations, and the agitation of the wind resulting therefrom. And it is these blossoms or pollen from the vast floral meadows within that produce the colored snows of the Arctic regions that have so mystified the northern explorers. Footnote 25. Kane, Volume 1, page 44 says, quote, "We passed the crimson cliffs of Sir John Ross in the forenoon of August 5th. The patches of red snow, from which they derived their name, could be seen clearly at the distance of 10 miles from the coast." La Chambre, in an account of André's balloon expedition on page 144, says, quote, "On the Isle of Amsterdam the snow is tinted with red for a considerable distance, and the savants are collecting it to examine it microscopically. It presents in fact certain peculiarities. It is thought that it contains very small plants. Scorby, the famous whaler, had already remarked this," unquote. Beyond question, this new land within is the home, the cradle of the human race, and viewed from the standpoint of discoveries made by us, must of necessity have a most important bearing on all physical, paleontological, archaeological, philological, and mythological theories of antiquity. The same idea of going back to the land of mystery, to the very beginning, to the origin of man, is found in Egyptian traditions of the earlier terrestrial regions of the gods, heroes, and men, from the historical fragments of Manetho, fully verified by the historical records taken from the more recent excavations of Pompeii, as well as traditions of the North American Indians. It is now 1 hour past midnight. The new year of 1908 is here. And this is the 3rd day thereof, and having at last finished the record of my strange travels and adventures, I wish given to the world, I am ready and even longing for the peaceful rest which I am sure will follow life's trials and vicissitudes. I am old in years and ripe both with adventures and sorrows, yet rich with the new friends I have cemented to me in my struggles to lead a just and upright life. Like a story that is well nigh told, my life is ebbing away. The presentiment is strong within me that I shall not live to see the rising of another sun. Thus do I conclude my message. Olaf Jansen. Part 7 is very short, and so I'm just going to go right through it. Part 7, Author's Afterword. I found much difficulty in deciphering and editing the manuscripts of Olaf Jansen. However, I have taken the liberty of reconstructing only a very few expressions, and in doing this have in no way changed the spirit or meaning. Otherwise, the original text has neither been added to nor taken from. This is the last page of the book. It is impossible for me to express my opinion as to the value or reliability of the wonderful statements made by Olaf Jansen. The description here given of the strange lands and people visited by him, location of cities, the names and directions of rivers, and other information herein combined, confirm in every way to the rough drawings given into my custody by this ancient Norseman, which drawings together with the manuscript, it is my intention at some later date to give to the Smithsonian Institution, to preserve for the benefit of those interested in mysteries of the farthest north. The frozen circle of silence. It is certain There are many things in the Vedic literature, in Josephus, the Odyssey, the Iliad, Terrien de la Coupiere's Early History of Chinese Civilization, Flammarion's Astronomical Myths, Lenormand's Beginnings of the History, Hesiod's Theogony, Sir John de Mandeville's writings, and Sayce's Records of the Past, that to say the least are strangely in harmony with the seemingly incredible text found in the yellow manuscript of the Old Norseman, Olaf Jansen, and now for the first time given to the world, the end.
Shudun bashamande giabaramenge amente kelas ay romale uskete kelas ay shavale bakale tabas ay romale uskete kelas ay shavale bakale tabas alo malo na 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 alo malo na 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 ay romale ushkete kelas ay shavale bakale tabas ay romale ushkete kelas ay shavale bakale.
Whether one believes the story to be true or not, everyone who reads it benefits because it gives you a chance to solve a puzzle, to ask questions until you're certain of what the truth is. I have begun the process of raising questions, and it's up to the reader now to pick up the decathlon and run with it. Because this is not about what I think, it's about what the viewer thinks. You read the book along with me, you heard my ideas, you had the choice to accept or reject my ideas and to come up with your own. Only when you are coming up with thousands of questions of your own can it be said that you are thinking. And developing the ability to think is what you are supposed to do for you. I am an opinionated narrator, and that's a good thing for you because it gets you going, gets you started, gets your engines running to produce your own questions. And so I take great pride and pleasure in reading stories. And I have a science fiction book of my own that I'm working on. It's about time travel and an excursion back to visit Woodrow Wilson and try to persuade him not to sign the Federal Reserve Act because 1, it's not federal, 2, there is no reserve, and 3, it isn't even a system. It is just a private cartel of bankers. And I have at least 60 reasons why he should not sign that bill. And since it was a swap for campaign financing, if he doesn't sign it, they will probably kill him. Now, what happens for the next 100 years if he is killed? That's where the creative writer has to imagine what might happen. And we have no way to prove that timeline except time travel. And many have claimed that they time traveled as part of government programs. And I'll name a few names. Andy Basiago, Al Bielek, Andy Perro, Dr. Louis Anderson, Larry Solars, Brent Schillings, and each has his own story to tell. My story will be fiction, but it will be fascinating, because I can't think of any time travel trip that would be as interesting as going back and changing what happened to the United States of America that sent her in the wrong direction. Giving a monopoly to a group of private bankers was a fatal mistake, and I think Woodrow Wilson knew it, and he knew it before he died. And if we're going to take a time travel trip to change something important, that would be the thing to take. But nobody has done that. They changed the outcome of the Civil War. They changed the outcome of World War II. The South won the Civil War, and Hitler won World War II. And Andy Perro participated in taking parts back to help our side win. And Andrew Basiago made many trips to the future and the past. They wanted to find out who killed Lincoln, but I already know who killed Lincoln. The money people. He refused to pay 25% interest, and they killed him because he printed greenbacks. And that tells you that America was always owned by the same entity, the royalty in Great Britain. And they wanted to make money with their colony. And when Abraham Lincoln defied them, they killed him. When John F. Kennedy defied them, they killed him. And Executive Order 1110 is still alive. But no president dare implement it, or he will wind up like Kennedy. We have our puppet elections for the presidency, but once these presidents figure out that they are just a puppet, they're not happy, and they want to change things. Some of them dare make changes, and some don't. Lincoln did not want to pay 25% interest, so he printed greenbacks and they killed him in the theater. And Andrew Basiago claims to have time traveled back several times, and every time he went back, things were a little bit different. And that should tell us that there are timelines. Which timeline are we on? We are on the one where Woodrow Wilson signed the Federal Reserve Act. And what a terrible path this is. We have a monster to defeat. And time travel is one way to do that. And when I write this book and I tell the public that it is fiction, some will write in the comments that it's not true. Apparently they don't understand what the word fiction means. I did some videos with aliens speaking, and I said in the beginning it was fiction. And even if I didn't say it was fiction, it was obviously my voice, and therefore created. And so some viewers don't understand the concept of fiction. Fiction means not true, created for entertainment purposes. My science fiction book is going to be fiction, but I'm going to involve enough fact and make enough stops on this trip through time to make it fascinating. I might stop off and watch a Babe Ruth baseball game. I haven't decided on all the stops that I will be making, but the guard who is watching the time machine on behalf of the government at Area 51, feels as I do and wants to go with me, and so he comes along for the ride. And as a writer, it gives me a foil, a character created in order to bounce ideas off, in order to tell the story as the narrator. And so I'm going to have a lot of fun in telling my story. But for now, we have the story of Olaf Jansen, and we don't know if it's true or false. I'm leaning towards fiction, as I said. I have not concluded that it's fiction. We still have time to pull up all that gold in the sloop that went down in the Antarctic Ocean. And since gold weighs 19 times as much as water, there's only one place it could be: on the bottom, still in the hold of the sloop. And from today's date to November or December of 1830 or 32, I'm not sure what year the sloop went down. They were in the inner earth for 2.5 years. They figured it must be November or December when they started to come out through the South Pole. And whether it's 1830 or 1832 doesn't matter. Take today's date and subtract 1832 or 30, and you wind up with a number of years that sloop has been on the bottom of the Arctic Ocean. You know it's cold there, and cold preserves things. Now, did that wood break off and float to the surface, leaving only the gold behind? And who is going to go down into the depths of the ocean to find that gold? I'll tell you who. Those who control the satellites that we pay for. And do you think that they will retrieve that gold and share it with us? Don't be out of your mind. They have the power and the control, and they're not going to share any gold findings anywhere. HAARP can now see 40 to 50 miles down into the earth, 40 to 50 miles deep into the earth. And they can see gold, silver, and oil. They know the signatures of each. And so gold is not scarce, and silver is not scarce, and oil also is not scarce. There's plenty of it. I think that oil is produced constantly. It's a carbon chain. It's carbons and hydrogens. Why wouldn't it be produced constantly? Just about everything that grows can produce some oils, and those oils that are edible are eaten, and those that aren't remain behind. And over millions of years, you've got a lot of it piled up. And we are able to make any oil with algae today. We can make the edible kinds, and we can make the inedible kinds. There's a chiralty, and it's either left-handed or right-handed. And I think we eat the left-handed ones, but the right-handed ones remain behind. Nothing eats it. So they are oils that stay behind and pile up. And there are other processes that produce oil besides plant life. And there are processes that produce gold from other things. We already know that from cold fusion. They have other devices that can tell them what the earth looks like. That evidence points towards a hollow earth. I was listening to a video, and a man was talking about this, and he called them CAT scans. He says that when there's an earthquake, and the signals are measured from the earthquake to the instrument, it's not understandable. But when they're measured from the instrument to the earthquake, they can see patterns, and the earth is hollow. That's what he said. And so he is a hollow earth enthusiast or believer. I don't know what to believe. I'm still collecting the facts. This book was one reading, that's all. I will probably do dozens more before I feel there's enough evidence to go one way or the other. Hollow earth or no hollow earth. And I thank you for listening.